What's up and what's going on, everybody? What's going on, everybody? Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Still dotting I's and crossing T's, getting this thing going. But yeah. Having some technical difficulties. Hopefully everything is good. I'm still checking on something. Okay. I think we good. Okay, and I see people in there. We are live. Shout out to everybody in the building. Appreciate each and every one of you. Drop a comment. Let me know that you're in the building. Let me know who's in the building. I know how we do. Whether you're catching it live or you're catching it after it's uploaded, make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you hit the like button whether you're catching it live or you're catching it after it's uploaded. Going to be getting into a topic that I said that I wasn't going to necessarily talk about. But, normally when I do that, I find out that I'm lying. Well, not lying. To lie is to have malice of forethought. I don't lie, but sometimes I fail to keep a promise. That's a difference. To lie is to have malice of forethought, and you know you're not going to do it at the moment that you're saying it. To mess up and not keep a promise, that's because, well, circumstances changed. Circumstances can change and you got to change your mind. It's kind of a difference. Kind of being shaky. But I'm talking about this. The whole concept came up. Shay Sade, who I gave endorsement to before, early on. And she posted some things on her community tab that had me raising an eyebrow, and BGS addressed it, and the two of them had what was a good conversation, which was a really good, productive conversation. But we're going to be exploring some aspects and angles of that, not an attack on Shay Sade or BGS here, but it's going to be some interesting things. Some of y'all might get triggered, may open it up for me. I will open it up, but it may cause some good debate about the whole idea, the concept, the notion of women in this space, and the, I would say, poetic way that BGS laid it out. Yeah, they here, but they don't get a vote. They're here, but they got to sit at the back of the bus. But then some people will say, look at them subscriber counts. But, so we'll get into that. But without further ado, let's strap on in. Let's get ready to go. Let's get it.
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
What's up and what's going on, good people? Welcome back. Like I said in the pre-intro ramble, we're going to be getting into this topic. Something has been going on pretty interesting. And again, try not to make it a pearl stream. This is like very adjacent to it. Very adjacent to it. Something interesting has been going on where a lot of Black women that's in the space. I never really considered Black women technically like in the Black manosphere, but they can be allies to it, friends to it, adjacent to it. Shout out to a man who's conservative in the chat room. He says they're allies in the propaganda war. That's kind of how we got to look at it. It's a lot of propaganda floating out there, and yeah, take what allies you can, and it is what it is. But this whole situation with Pearl, they drew a harder line than what a lot of men did, and then now it did cross the line of they're trying to dictate. They're not just going with the flow of the content of the space, which I'm definitely good with, but there was an element of it where many of them seem to be trying to dictate. It did come off that way. But let me shout out to Early Bird Squads. Those that made it in bright and early. Let me get to number 16 in the building who looked at the title, saw BGS in there. He just sensed some fuckery in the air and he just ascends from the cloud. When some potential fuckery is on the table, number 16 sees the bat symbol in the air and he comes a running. I feel like I need to adjust. Yeah, I guess my camera good. But anyway, what do he see? I haven't even read this. Bernard, what are your thoughts on BGS saying Pearly should be supported because she can speak to white politicians on behalf of Black men? I'm actually going to get into that because he mentions that this is part of the conversation between him and Shay Sharday. He mentioned something of the sort. I'm going to get into that, but I'll give the teaser trailer of it right now. I didn't hear him say she should be supported, but I think he's saying she definitely shouldn't be rebuked. I didn't hear him. Well, he said that she could speak to people that we can't speak to. The only flaw that I see in that, is that she don't speak to Black male issues. So if he's saying that in the overall, war against men and masculinity, if there's things that she could say to women and people, the mainstream are more likely to hear it from the hunky-dory white girl than what they're going to hear it from Andrew Tate or Kevin Samuels, then he says that's a good thing. Let her work. Get out of her way. If that's his argument, I'm with it. But far as her, I've seen zero evidence that she would even remotely be going to do any advocacy specifically for Black men. But technically, she said she's actually making some men's rights documentary. That should be interesting. So if you look at what she does attempt to advocate the regurgitated avocation of the male perspective. She does do that. Whether she's genuine, whether she's fake, whether she's just in it for money. She is in it for money. She's doing this for money. It's a job. But are things being said that matter? Yeah. She's saying it. So I understand the concept. I mean, I think you're wording it in a way that not quite sure if he worded it exactly like that. Because and if he did word it like that, I think he's just wrong on the second half of it, advocating for Black men. DeMac the Trucker, I think I'm gonna ask you to explain in full grown-up sentences what problem you have with BGS, and I bet you can't articulate it. You've turned into a crowd-following seal clapper who communicates in emojis. It's a shame what happened to you. I met you in person. I'm disappointed. But all right. Judge Dre in the building. Shout out to you. Shout out to the Early Bird Squad. Those making it in bright and early. Deacon Dave in the building. Jarrell Johnson in the building. Yeah, see, there go the Mac the Trucker. Not the almighty BGS. Shout out to you. Thank you for coming in bright and early and dropping a comment. The Conqueror in the building says, Courtney, baby mama Michelle. What? Oh my goodness. Come on, man. I don't even know who you're talking about, but Courtney Michelle. Okay, sure. Courtney Michelle. Six to stripper. Okay. Danica Marie. Oh, you didn't have a fancy nickname for Danica Marie. Okay. Danica Marie think they're generals within the space. Nah. I would typically say no to that. I mean, I've always looked at Courtney Michelle as kind of like sisterhood, kind of, but and I need we're going to get into some things. We're going to get into some things. I don't think that. I think what you're saying is an overreach, but I think this thing that happened, a line was drawn, gauntlet was thrown down, and a level of dictating was kind of done, almost in a way of you niggas need to make a decision. Y'all need to choose whose side you on. That like that Tasha K. Whose side you on? Like it did reek of that. It did reek of that. But generals in the space, nah, that's just throwing some slander against the space. You can't be general in a space where, like, I mean, listen, I said it once, I said it again. Danica Marie had 100,000, close to 100,000 subs when we all first. She had like 80,000 subs when we first heard about her. Six been doing her thing for whenever. I mean, and I've never considered her part of the space, but yeah, some overlap, but whatever. Whatever. Courtney Michelle, never even considered her a part of the space. She really truly dipped her toe in it when Obsidian, the same interference that Obsidian ran for Pearl, he gave Courtney Michelle that same type of protection when she got it in that same type of hot water when she said some shit that that a lot of people wasn't rocking with. Obsidian ran the same defense for her that he did for Pearly thing. So it's like that was how I found out who Courtney Michelle was when she came in. Shout out to Chantel. Shout out to Chantel Simone, who's playing the right. Chantel Simone is the only one who's playing the right cards in this one and just staying out of it. One, she's from Jamaica. So it's like she's just like, hey, I'm staying out. I'm staying out. That was the right card. She's playing the right card. Shout out to Chantel Simone. Staying out. Shout out to GC. Shout out to Hood Conservative. All right, let me get into it. Let me get into it. Oh shit, number 16. Adam again. Number 16 in the building says BGS said she can go to political places. We cannot. I don't think she has no desire to go to any political places and do anything. So that's the flaw in that. But she can get people to listen to her that won't listen to the Andrew Tates of the world. That's a fair statement. Says, are there not men in those spaces? Yeah, but those men are like those men are simps. Those men are blue pill. Those men uphold whatever the hell the women are on. So what difference do it make if there are men there? Why would we need a 26-year-old white woman to do that for us? Again, we don't. We don't. However, if you understand the concept, and by the way, don't say do it for us because you're against us. You're against the Black manosphere. You're against the Black male movement. So your criticism of a white girl who's not in favor of a Black male movement, but does speak in favor of a male movement, even though it's some regurgitated disingenuousness probably behind it and doing it for money, but oh well, she at least advocates a point of view that men agree with, and you're basically part of the propaganda attack team to get men to shut up or shame them out of speaking their mind. So you have no credibility in none of your statements. But overall, having a 26-year-old white girl go advocate for Black men, it's not even feasible. I don't even think this 26-year-old white girl is willing to do that. But her loud voice speaking up for men, some people are going to hear it. Some people are going to hear it who will listen to her that won't listen to men. They won't listen to Andrew Tate. I think we're off the Black men, like actual Black men with Black American issues. That's actually off the table here. So that part I don't get necessarily what BGS is talking about there. Number 16 says, why can't they listen to us? Because we're Black. All right. Ken M in the building. Shout out to you for the $2 super chat. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody. Let me dot a few I's, cross a few T's before we get all the way into it. But let me go back. See, before number 16 threw me off, trying to pin me down about some stuff BGS said. I'm going to play a clip because he does mention it in the clip, and I will speak on it a little more. But let me go ahead and get into this. Let me where's my drink? Where my drink? With my drink. 200 people in here. Hit the like button. Only 200 people in here. Make sure y'all hit the like button. Make sure y'all hit the like button. Like I was saying, I never exactly viewed women as exactly in the black manosphere. I actually had some very critical streams early on. And me and Game Changer, who I agree with on a lot, had some disagreement on this. This is probably I won't say first argument. Like, we wasn't really an argument. It was just a respectful disagreement we had as far as women overall just being in the space. I have my views of it. I'm on record saying back in 2020, if it gets to the point to where, there's more women in the black manosphere algorithm than black men in the black manosphere algorithm, then do we even have a black manosphere? I'm on record saying that in 2020. And this was at the early stages when Jessica X and the breakdown was on the way up. The Mac the Trucker is saying they snuck in the door. Here's the deal. There is no door. The only thing that you could adequately say is that we should have never collaborated or let any of them on the panels ever. Okay? We could have done that. We technically could have done that. But guess what? We can't do. We can't stop them from starting their channels. We can't stop them from spitting the same bars. We can't stop the general male population that has YouTube on their phone from. We can't stop them. We can't stop them from watching that content and enjoying that content. And because they probably looked at us as misogynistic, this is probably what BGS's point, because they looked at us as misogynistic, chauvinistic pigs, they probably hear that from a woman and like, oh, she's spitting facts. So we can't stop that. We can't do nothing about that. There was nothing we could do to stop Pink Book Lessons from listening to Kevin Samuels and listening to men and then creating her channel and doing some really cool, fancy, cute editing and then blowing up. She got 260,000 subscribers and nothing we could do to do that. Nothing we could do to stop that. There was absolutely positively nothing we could do. The cat was out of the bag. The only thing we could have did is not did content. If we would have not done content altogether, and then the truth that we're saying, if we would have never put that truth out there in a potent way that we did, and they would have never heard it, they would have never made channels. But then all men, and by extension, everybody would still be blue pill, and men would still be walking into the buzzsaw at the same rate. Men are still walking into buzzsaws at a very efficient rate. So the work is nowhere near done, but it would be worse had we never talked. So we did have to talk, and by the result of us talking, women heard it. Now, we could easily say, hey, we don't fuck with them bitches over there. We could say that. We could literally say that. But guess what? We can't stop them from starting a channel. So the whole thing, y'all should have never let women in. It was impossible. If they title a video, if they tag a video, if they thumbnail a video, that's what makes videos get views. It's the 3 T's they call it if you go to YouTube school. Title, topic, thumbnail. The algorithm listens to the words that are coming out of your mouth, and then they place you in the algorithm they think you belong in based off the words that you're saying. So when you understand that, you understand that it is not a good goddamn thing anybody could have did other than a damn drone strike on their house to stop these women from making these YouTube channels. The only thing we could have did is just said, okay, they making their channels over there. Yeah, they blowing up over there. They doing their thing over there, but we don't fuck with them bitches because we men. That's about all we could have did, is just said, we don't fuck with them bitches, but the algorithm would have did the same damn thing, whether y'all liked it or not. So that's why when I understood that, it was like, it's time to back out of this whole, women in the space conversation. That's when I knew it was time to back out. that war is done. That war is done. And now the catch is, the only person who I think actually came up through this space and got their spark and blew up purely 100% off the strength of panel hopping on the manosphere channels, black manosphere channels, with Jessica X. Sister George and Concrete Rose to some degree. Yes, definitely them. We can't even say that about Crimson Cure because she blew up when she stopped doing that and she started focusing on her content and her presentation and her she blew up when she basically started doing YouTube the right way and got out of a lot of this nigga shit. That's when she blew up. The only person who really blew up in the heart of this, like in the thick of it, started the channel in the heart of the Black Manosphere, that was Jessica X. That was truly the only one. Now, Shay Sade, who I'm going to be reviewing a video of momentarily, she is kind of one too because she kind of started in the heart of this. She got 24,000 subs, and she wasn't like panel hopping, but she had a collaboration with Obsidian, and back then, I did some I was one of her first collaborations, I think, after Obsidian. So yeah, I gave endorsement there. Yeah. Yeah, and I always said, if she ever go left, then that's an L I might have to hold. If she ever go left, I gotta hold the L because I was one of the ones that brought her in. But truth be told, she didn't do a lot of panel hopping, and I remember she even after she had collaborated with me in Obsidian, she would go live and have like 15 to 20 people in there, 30 tops. So it wasn't until she started working on her pre-records, working on her thumbnails and making good edited videos and being consistent over a period of time and collaborated with a lot of other people. She collaborated with Phil Advise and did all kind of stuff. She had all kind of collaborations outside the space. She was real active and she was doing the damn thing, and then she gradually got traction, had some shorts go viral, and then she blew up. She got her subscriber count, she got her channel, and she's doing good. And she made probably her first major misstep. Had to issue an apology. It was cute. I didn't listen to the whole conversation between her and BGS. I know BGS dropped a response video to her. She issued a Kyrie Irving style apology. I was like, whoa. She issued a Kyrie Irving style apology. Game changer, don't even ask, because Gabe A came in and said there are a lot of L's going around, and you said Gabe A. To whom? Well, game changer, the tactic of the troll is to throw out vague criticism. Vague criticism is a tactic of the disingenuous troll. So it's not about saying, he didn't asking who. No, just float out there that there's L's in the air so we can dog whistle to the other seal clapping drones who could be like, yeah, they niggas taking L's, and start seal clapping and start talking in emojis like, bitch, okay, I ain't gonna go there. And, that's what it is. That's what it is. The people that like to come in and drop laughing face emojis when no jokes were being made, they just trying to dog whistle to the other seal clappers. That kind of stuff. Yeah. That's Gabe A. That's Gabe A. Now be careful, Gabe A. I unblock you, but Theo does have full creative control to come in here and block you whenever he sees you. And I have it. I'll unblock you, but it's like almost a game. I unblock you, and then Theo gets his pleasure when he sees you back in here, and he blocks you again. So he just keeps get to drink. You just get to keep drinking at that well of blocking you. It's like an insatiable lust he has when it comes to blocking you, Gabe. I try to put you back out there. All right. He lock you up. I pardon you, and then he lock you back up on some trumped up charges. Like he got the damn black codes or something on you. Like he is on it. But RM, it's been 3 so far on the super chat end, and Sir Tice sent a Cashapp on yesterday's show, and I forgot to acknowledge it. And that just right there just made a total of 5. Number 16 back in here again. He says, so we are trolls for asking questions. No, you're not trolls for asking questions. I called him a troll for that coming in saying there's a lot of L's being handed around. Look, we know what the hell trolling is. Shut the hell up. Okay. He said, so we are trolls for asking questions. No, of course not. But that scream, fling, slurs, and threaten violence constantly on your panel are not trolls. That scream, fling, slurs, and threaten violence constantly on your panels is not troll. I don't know who you're talking about. You're talking about who I think you're talking about. No, he don't be trolling, but he do have issues. he do have some issues that perhaps need to be worked out. There's a difference between that and trolling. A difference between that and trolling. But all right. Let me get more into it. It was a few more things. A few more things. Let me get the clip pulled up and ready to go. Let me get the clip pulled up and ready to go. And again, shout out to BGS and Shay Sade. They had what I consider to be a needed conversation. And we about to get into it. We are about to get into it. The Mac the Trucker in here for the trolls. Right on. I'm thinking about emptying my block list. Maybe with a few exceptions. But all right. Let's get into it. I just want to hit a couple bullet points. I actually wrote some stuff down. You know, it's better to not write stuff down before the show because I just it's better to just freestyle it, spit it from the dome, and then when you write it down, it's like you constantly looking at your notes. Or I need to write them on the screen so then that way y'all can't see me, y'all can't tell that I'm looking at notes. But yeah, bullet points help. What ought I say? I touched on there being the women are allies in a propaganda war, but I never really considered them necessarily a part of the Black manosphere. I stand on this point that what they're doing is not truly 100%. No, Pablo, you ain't a troll. You're a troll. You've dipped your toe in it, but no, you're not a troll. You're not a troll, Pablo. I do stand on this point that they're not truly 100% valid in my eyes until they got at least a 50% female audience. But that's just me. But I'd already broke down how it's inevitable. It's inevitable they're going to have a male audience. It's inevitable they're going to have a male audience. Nothing we could do about that. Nothing we could have done to stop that. No way we could have prevented them from coming into space. No. It's inevitable. I broke it down. I explained it. The algorithm places you based off the words that's coming out of your mouth. It listens to you. It places you. They could title and tag and thumbnail a video. The algorithm sees it. Is going to place them in a particular sector. Our sector, whether we endorse them or not, they're still going to be in the same algorithm. Only thing that we could have ever done to prevent women from being in the space is just come on our live stream. Just ignore them or just say we don't fuck with them bitches. But either way it go, they still would have been the exact same result where they would have been pushing aspects of the message because they heard it. We said it. It was true. It hit hard. They listened. They learned. They repeated it. They made nice, cute channels and they looked nice, cute on camera and they spit it out. It's nothing nobody could do to stop that. Only thing we could have done is just did our own little personal visible separation, our civil disobedience, for lack of a better word. That's what we could have done. But the end result would have been the same. They would still have the same subscriber count. They would still be saying the same thing. They would still be doing the same thing. That's all. And that's it. However, it's kind of crossed the line where some of them have gotten to a place where they're dipping their toe in the whole process of damn near trying to dictate. And BGS really made really good points. Like, y'all are here, you don't get a vote. Even mentioned Hood Servative in this video. He said, I disagree with people like Hood Servative and SKC on everything, but they're black men. They get a vote. Shay Sade, you don't get a vote. He laid that out. We're about to get into that, about to watch the video. Hit the like button. We got 272 people in the building. Let me try to get this at the right spot.
You know how many people sent that to me when you posted it? Wait, Aaron, from that
That would shock you, which is some of the
And let me do something else real quick. Let me do something else. When he said, you know how many people sent that to me, some of you may not know what he's talking about. So I would be remiss if I didn't go ahead and put that on the screen. I would be remiss if I didn't go ahead and put the post on the screen that started the controversy. And here it is. All right. This is the post that started the controversy. Y'all can see the meme post right here. The Black manosphere identifies with Karen more than Keisha. Why? Then it went on to type out. She went on to type out. The last week suggests that the Black manosphere, distinctive from other Black male channels, prefers the message of just pearly things over the cultural gatekeeping. Now, the immediate problems I have with that is that, like I said it once, I said it again. You can watch Kevin Samuel's chat room. You saw a sea, an ocean of Black men in there, in the chat room, commenting, super chatting, the whole works. You can go watch Pearly Things chat room. Like, you don't see a bunch of Black people. You don't. You don't. You don't. You don't. And so it's so many things wrong with that. So it's no message. I mean, she don't even got a message. I don't even know what, like, she debates modern women on a pretty cool show that she put together. She debates modern Western women on a pretty cool show that she put together. That's it. End of. There's no general message for the Black man, to use that term. So the wording of that was just wrong in my opinion. Was just wrong in my opinion. Says race is not the deciding factor for many of those men, but rather alignment with personal goals. I don't think she aligns with personal goals of Black men, but she does generally advocate for men. But we can't gatekeep somebody who was never in the space, was never a part of the Black manosphere, wasn't in it. She created a fucking channel. That's her business. She got thrusted upon us by, I think it was George Macon, Amawali. They started pushing that whole thing that she was woman king of the Black manosphere. They created that out of whole cloth. Everybody rejected it. Jason Black brought it back and tried to throw it on us. Jason Black brought it back and tried to throw it on us and started a civil war because niggas want a nigga. That's what happened. That's what happened. She was never a part of this shit. But says, what about Miss Pearly Things? See, then here's the question. What about Miss Pearly Things resonates with the Black manosphere more than the Black women who support them? And here's a quote again. The Black manosphere identifies with Karen more than Keisha. Why? Now, what's funny, and shout out to Shay Sade, not a knock on her. This was, she's probably her first misstep in BGS. Got everything right early. It's not about attacking her, but I do want to roll with the conversation because there was a good conversation about women in the space, and then I'll open it up and we'll have conversation about women in space. Not isn't to attack Shay Sade or BGS for that matter, but she says I was wrong about the Black manosphere. And y'all can't see this because I don't got it big enough, which so y'all have to take my word. Y'all have to take my word, but like, damn, like a full Kyrie Irving style apology here. Okay, I misspoke. I was completely wrong about recent statements made about the Black manosphere. It was done in ignorance, false assumptions, and total misunderstandings on my part. I apologize and will make it a point to be more succinct, to more succinctly make it a point to be more to more succinctly and carefully represent the diverse perspectives that exist within the space when given the chance to. I break it down here along with BGS Itmore, and that's the conversation that we're reviewing right there in that link. All right. So that was that. That was that. Now let's get back to not right there. Let's get back to
which is
right here.
some of the things I have issues with him.
Mm.
I'm going to start this from the beginning.
Those people over the past 4 or 5 years, we call them conservatives.
I mean, you know, I had the conversation yesterday with a few people, and they kind of helped clarify, like, hey, this is okay.
Hey Shay, what's going on?
Hey, thanks for calling in. As I mentioned before, I will mention again, I apologize if it came off as if I was trying to like
it sure did.
Control, yeah.
With all the things that are going on, if I had put that post on Facebook with all the things that are going on, what do you think the women and everybody else would have thought about that post without any explanation?
Well, that's a good question, because the way I was looking at it originally, I mean, well, Edward broke it down to me. I was like, I was misinformed. I was completely misinformed. So I made that post based upon a false premise. So I can't say from that anything positive would have come, because I did it based upon a false premise.
You know how many people sent that to me when you posted it?
Wait, said what to you?
It sent that to me. Sent what you posted to me. About 15.
Oh wow!
Right after you posted it, yeah.
Now, interesting that Black Men in the Space had that much of a problem with it to where 15 people send it to him. Like, I don't know if y'all know, because I'm somebody who people send stuff to, but if 15 people send the same thing, that is an astronomical number. Like, the most I get, if something is real big, I may get like 3, 4, maybe 5 people send it to me, but 15, that's a lot. Now maybe BGS get more stuff than normal. Maybe BGS get sent more stuff than normal, but 15 is an astronomical number. It is. It is. It's no way. There's no way around that. Now, something was said. Let me back up a little bit.
Because I did it based upon a false premise.
You know, that false premise that she did that based off of. Now, I had been banging the drum. Saying that a lot of this stuff was put out there on a false, on completely 100% false premises. A lot of this was put out there completely and 100% on the false premise. Okay. Little Big Nate, be cool with the BGS as a leftist just coming out of nowhere for that. Because right now what BGS is doing is speaking up for this space. And the leftist right shit, all of that is irrelevant right now to this conversation. When me and him was talking to FD Signifier, rather, I lean conservative, and he says he's in the middle. I know you think he leans more left. Let's just say he leans left. I'm not even trying to place him. When we're speaking against FD Signifier, we clearly understood our common ground in why FD Signifier was the problem, or why what he was saying was a problem. So there's common ground there. We could disagree on, liberal, conservative, or in the middle, or whatever the hell. We could disagree on that. Ignifier. Yeah, I said it. This ain't the time for that, Nate. I understand where you're coming from, and I understand that anybody in this space who speaks fluent Moynihan report, but then still votes Democrat, there's an issue there. There is an issue there, and we've talked about that. But now ain't the time. Now ain't the time. And I don't even know how. I don't truly know how BGS votes. But there's that. There's There's that. There's that. But anyway, the misinformation, I've been trying to break that down. I think that a lot of people have been taking what, and I'm going to have to get into that. A lot of people have been taking what Obsidian has been saying on this issue and been taking that to be what the Black Manosphere is saying on this issue. I didn't watch Ed's video, but Edward Anderson made a video where I think the title just said something along the lines, if you're saying what Obsidian is saying is what we all think, you're dishonest. And no more accurate statement could be made. no more accurate statement could be made. And I think we understand why. And I'm gonna unfortunately have to get into it, explaining that. But there's a reason why that one would that no reasonable person is going to would say what Obsidian thinks. That's what they all think. I'm gonna have to explain why.
And that's before it was. I'm listening to some different content from Mr. Obsidian. We're going back and forth, and that's actually why we had the live. I had the live, and I was like, okay, help me understand the direction that this thing is going, and why you said some of these different things. And so I mean, you know, I had the conversation yesterday with a few people, and they kind of helped clarify, like, hey, this is a lot more dynamic. The space is a lot more dynamic.
It is a. You ever try to herd stray cats in your life?
Yeah.
The black manosphere is a bunch of sigmas. They're stray cats, and try to herd them all in one direction is damn near impossible. We've all gone at each other's heads and throats over the past 8 years that I've been here. Going through it right now. I'm going through a whole group of fights with content creators right now. Stray cats, sigmas. Okay, in the background. Okay, and there, I can tell you, go over to Bernard Riley's, okay, because those are the group that actually agree with what she was saying. Everything that she said, you know, to Nick Fuentes, they agree with.
Not everything, but we do have the talk. we do have tough talks over here about, you know, about race and things that Black people culturally do. And yeah, we take a harsh stance and harsh criticism, and sometimes are a bit insensitive to the plight of the Black American man. Okay, cool. I mean, I think there are things baked into the cake culturally, and I think that when we look at a lot of things that's broken down in this space, the end result of it are the things that we criticize. And we're criticizing Black culture, and Black culture is messed up, and we all can generally agree that Black culture is messed up. That's the reason why we're here. So when somebody else does a harsh criticism of it, I mean, I'm not going to champion them. Yeah, they're right. But I mean, there's some things that some people will say that I will like, yeah, I agree with that. Fuck them. But yeah, I mean, I didn't disagree with what was said, but fuck them. But, you know, and then just move on and we have the conversation as Black men. And that's really the point. We have the conversation as Black men, and he's going to make that point.
And I've gone to battle with those people over the past 4 or 5 years. We call them conservatives, okay? But they're part of the manosphere. They have a right to have a voice. But the thing is, everybody don't see eye to eye. And there's some things that Obsidian has said about Black men and Black people that would shock you, okay? That would shock you, which is some of the things I have issues with him. Okay. But that is part, you know, that's why the manosphere is not a monolith. In fact, it's not even a group half the time. It's a bunch of stray cats trying to find a direction, right? Trying to find where the food is.
Yeah.
And that's what I have to work with on a daily basis. I'm in the pro-Black sector, so I know, okay? People that know me, people that know my real name, they know that my mentor, she's one of the biggest names with the so-called pro-Black community.
Okay. Yeah. So, like I said, with all of that, I could definitely see how that would be a huge mischaracterization of the space, and that was my intention. But I apologize because my goal is never to undermine the work that any of you guys are doing, because I do think that men need to have a voice, and I do think that it's important for women to try to seek to understand the plight of men more. That's partially why I do what I do, but I don't.
I get that.
Leader. I don't at all.
I get. That's why it shocked me that post came from you. That's what surprised me. Okay. Yeah. I never would have saw that one coming. Not from you.
Yes, but what I wasn't trying to say was, oh, Black men are just going over here chasing Becky. I hope I was clear about, you know, how that was inspired from different things that I had heard from Obsidian and conversations we had, which is why we had that last minute live on Sunday where he was like, hey, let's talk about it. And I was like, okay, come on. And then we kind of hashed a few things. But now, I'm kind of understanding a little bit more. I should have maybe said, hey, here's the position I'm hearing from Mr. Obsidian. What do you guys think about this? Or made it.
You should have. Yes.
Yeah. Bingo. 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 Now, Here's the problem with that. And this is the only part where I'm going to give probably the harshest criticism of Shay Sharday, who I definitely view as she's an ally in the propaganda war. She's an ally in the propaganda war against black men. So she's fully, I don't even want to use the word support, but I accept. Well, support is the right word. Okay, I support what she's doing. I support what she's doing. All right. Here's the deal. This is the only area where some criticism is going to come, and this criticism, a lot of people are propagating this criticism, and here's the deal. Here's the deal. I know, like Shay Sharday, she's been in attendance with Obsidian, or she's had Obsidian. I remember it was one time when Jessica X was on Shay Sharday's show, and Obsidian was on there, and Obsidian was going left and was saying some things that was kind of against what everybody say in the Black Manosphere, and they were like arguing with or rebutting Obsidian with his own words, and it's like I know Shay Sharday, saw that, she was there, I know, like, put it like this: we've seen Obsidian, and this isn't me attacking Obsidian. Look, it's been a long time since I've seen Obsidian over here. There's there's a reason for that. There was a respectful, amicable parting of ways. I've never said anything bad about him. In fact, he's only said good things about me. So there's no beef there. There's no beef there. Don't try to make it a beef. What I'm about to say. We've seen Obsidian sit here on my platform and argue that a gay man can run the Black Manosphere. We've seen Obsidian do streams. We've seen him say, do a stream called "Can a black woman run the Black Manosphere? Why not?" We've seen him say a lot of wild and wacky things. It's like Obsidian plays the characters. At one moment, he's the strong voice of the everyday brother, and he's holding it down and doing the damn thing. But then sometimes he got to drum up a little controversy. It's like there's people on the outside looking in who may say, hey, this is the founding member of the Black Manosphere, and he's saying all of this. Oh, that's must be what the Manosphere niggas about. But it's like Shay Sharday's been more on the inside, to where it's like that's my only criticism. It's like she had to know better. She had to know that Obsidian puts on an act, and that's one of the problems where when Obsidian, it's hard to stand next to him, because you never know where he stands, and you never know what he's going to do or what character he's going to play from one day to another. I like when he plays the voice of the everyday brother character, or I think that's more of who he truly is. But then sometimes he does his thing. He's a mad scientist. He's just like Jason Black mastermind all of this controversy. Obsidian will mastermind controversy all the same. Obsidian will mastermind controversy all the same, and he'll be the heel. He'll be if Black YouTube is a circus, he'll jump in the middle of the ring. He'll be the clown, and he'll stir everybody up and rile everybody up and say a bunch of crazy shit. And it's like, I know Shay Sharday knows that. I know Shay Sharday knows that. And Obsidian can thrive on that absurdity. He can go overboard with something and then grow his audience and get more views from that. But then sometimes he goes so far and then he'll start losing his audience. He'll attack his audience. He'll attack his audience. He's always say, you go to war with your audience, nobody wins. He'll go to war with his audience. He'll lose his audience, and he'll stir up some more controversy and bring them back. It's like he's a roller coaster. And I know, and so that's why there's a lot of people, and there's a lot of people who don't know. I'll say there's a small percentage of people who don't know better, but then there's a large percentage. I mean, there's a larger percentage of people who do know better. And I put Shay Sharday in the camp of the people that knows better and knows what's going on, but narrative, so that's where I think a lot of BGS's disappointment in her came in when he made that video that he made. And that's the only area of criticism where I had here. Now they're about to get into a good conversation about the space and what the space was for, and I think like the role of women in the space and the whole works. Great conversation. But RM, bring up whatever super chats are unread or unclicked on or whatever. Just bring up whatever ones are there, because I can't see them because they're lost and gone. They're lost and gone. The Mac the Trucker for the trolls already shouted that.
These last $2, I'm not gonna lose.
Marriage Politics and Sports. Marriage Politics and Sports says the sisters did overreach. I am glad that some red-pilled brothers pushed back. Yeah. It's been coming off as an attempt to dictate, and the fact of the matter is, and again, something we can't control. They do have a majority male audience. If that audience is there and that audience is strong in their support of them, then yeah, they can dictate and maneuver the message around. They can. That's a fact of the matter. And then some would say that's why you never let women into space, and that's where I say it doesn't work that way. They could title, tag, and thumbnail whatever they want. YouTube is a search engine and an algorithm. The algorithm listens to the words that are coming out of your mouth, and it places you based off those words that are coming out of your mouth. So you're going to draw the audience that you reach out for. So they were going to be in the algorithm regardless. It was no stopping that. Like it's an open space. It's just all to it. It's no way around that. It's absolutely positively no way around that. But shout out to Shay Sade. She realized the error of her ways, and she course corrected. She course corrected on that one. And so moving forward.
Yeah.
Versus being like, he's a leader. Because up to this point, I've kind of looked at him as, I want to say the de facto leader, but kind of, he's a forefather. And
he is a forefather.
Yeah.
And then again, she looked at him as a leader. And she was taking what he was saying as gold, as bond. That's it. But she was there and witnessed when Obsidian started going left to the point to where he start being deliberately controversial against the men, to the point to where the men backed off and his views dropped. And my views are up and down and rocky roller coaster riding too. But his stuff dropped down to where he was going live and was barely having 100 people in there. Now he rebuilt that shit to where now he's getting a damn near regular 1,000 with like somewhere between 600 to 900 every show. So like I said, Obsidian could burn his shit to the ground, build it back up, burn it down again, build it back up. Yeah, that's what he does. But when you've witnessed all of that, and you know what he does, it's like you can't look at what he's saying when he's getting in one of his zones and say that's what the space believes in. But again, that's what a lot of people are doing.
So yeah, maybe that's my feeble attempt to try to make.
And keep in mind, I do want to make it very clear, when Obsidian is being a voice of everyday brothers speaking up for black men, he's damn near second to none when he's doing that. But sometimes he gets. Sometimes he does. Sometimes Obsidian goes Obsidian. And that's just that.
Sense of, I don't know if there is really a hierarchy.
I mean, the thing is, go ahead and ask the question. Where's the direction of the black manosphere going? You can ask that question, right?
There you go.
Because I know. Okay. 1.0 was just to actually clap back because of what has happened over the past 30 years with intersectional feminism.
Okay.
And then black men were actually blocked by the gatekeepers from having a voice. YouTube came around and it was unfiltered. So black men said, okay, well, now we can clap back. Okay. That's what they did until, YouTube and the black women chased them off of YouTube, right? Got their channels deleted, all that kind of stuff.
Oh, wow.
Go ahead.
I like I gave the original mission of 1.0, because there are some that saying that there is some mythical time before time when the black manosphere didn't talk about women. And I've said, based off everything that I've known and researched, and that was baloney. 1.0 came in with basically a clapback to all the nonsense that was put out there against men. It was like a counter propaganda machine that gave social commentary against all the stuff, all the previous messaging. That's what it was. That was how I understood it. That was how a lot of people understood it. So, this space ain't supposed to be about women. Well, I mean, it was a counterpunch to all of the things that basically that's been said about black men, mostly by black women in the media. It was a counterpunch. It was speaking the male perspective. It was essentially damn near like I looked at Kevin Samuels was doing is before the world. He was clearing the name of the black man. Before it was just, hey, niggas ain't shit, and that's what the problem is. And then Kevin Samuels made everybody take a step back and say, you know what? Maybe these women ain't shit. That's what the initial Black Manosphere did. That's what it was doing. And did a damn good job at it. But why y'all talking about women all the time?
0.0, okay, we're going to clap back with things. We're going to actually dig in and we're going to find out and come up with evidence. Okay. And it's the three ideas of 2.0 was Obsidian was one of them. He said he wanted to have a conversation with black women, bring them back to the table, because black women, when I first got here in 2014, 2015, black women were not effing with us. They wouldn't talk to us. They would not have a conversation with us. It was just they would stand over from the corner, from the porch, and throw rocks at us. Okay. Okay. So here's one more thing. He wanted to have bring black women back to the table.
Okay.
To have a conversation. Okay. The second thing is from my advantage, my point of view, we actually want to dig in and find out what is going wrong with black men and women and why we're doing what we're doing. Okay. And actually find the evidence and go back in the books and back in history to find out exactly why we're doing what we're doing. Okay. And basically, number one is to find out what's wrong with it and basically change black men's worldview and basically make them value themselves, because black men as a whole did not value themselves.
That's one of the biggest things that the space is for, to my eyes, because I know I went through a paradigm shift. I know I went through a serious paradigm shift, and I started viewing the world differently. And that's one of the biggest things that the space does. It basically changes the whole mindset of black men and how they view themselves, how they view society, how they view women, how they view their connection or relationship to women, and all. Like it changes all of that. It changes all of that. And that's one of the biggest things that it did. It essentially changed the mindset.
We're doing what we're doing. Okay. And basically, number one is to find out what's wrong with it and basically change black men's worldview and basically make them value themselves, because black men as a whole did not value themselves.
Yeah.
They looked at their manhood and who they were through the eyes of women. I wanted to change that. Okay. That's what I came in here for. There's other things that we had to do. Okay. And the third thing from the Black Manosphere standpoint, we wanted to get our message out to the broader public, because nobody knew who we were or what kind of message we wanted to actually put out there.
And that right there is another big one. Getting the message out, getting the thoughts, views, ideas, and perspectives out there. You get them out there on a big enough satellite, you change the worldview of black men. You change the way black men move. You have a whole different. The course is charted. You're charting a different course for the future of how black men will move. It's happening, in the middle schoolers. They're trying to keep manosphere content out of their hand. That. Like, that's valuable. And if talking about women and interacting with women and debating women and this or that or blah, 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 if that's the vehicle to get it out there, then God damn it, that's the vehicle. You want to see a different vehicle, create a different vehicle. But that's the vehicle. The word is out there. The Black Manosphere is working. I disagree with BGS when he said the gender war won. I disagree with that one. But the fact of the matter is that when it comes to the ideas, thoughts, perspectives, insights, and everything that is put out there by black men, that the world is hearing it to the point to where now the world has to react to it. It's to the point where we're not reacting to what's going on. Everything is reacting to us. And that's huge. That's huge. We ain't no policy change yet. Okay, not yet. Okay, cool. Whatever. The fact of the matter is, a first really huge step has been made. All right. I'm sure there'll be somebody who figures out the next leg in that race. But either way it go, a huge step has been made to the point where women are trying to either agree or fake agree and do the same content, and they thus become what hood conservative called allies in the propaganda war. Because it's propaganda against black men, it's counter propaganda. Shout out to Edward Anderson, he called that. This is counter propaganda. That's what's happening. That's what's happening. That's what's being done. Before you get anything done in a tactical, practical way, one thing that does have to be changed is the hearts and minds of the people. That there's no other way around that. There's no other way around that, and that's what the Black Manosphere has succeeded at. Is there a next level? Yes, but right now, what it set out to do is succeeded. It's definitely succeeding at that.
The plights of black men and boys that we're actually going through. Everybody,
despite of all the stench, dirt, and grime and mud that's on the Black Manosphere, it has succeeded at that. And shout out to there were people that predate the Black Manosphere like Tommy Sotomayor and a lot of others who was like individuals doing the thing, but now it's practically an army out doing the thing. It's like it's an army of men who don't even consider themselves Black Manosphere who still echoing the same talking points. The shit is everywhere.
Everybody ignored that. Academics, the press, even the pro-blacks. This what Dr. Johnson calls flag blackness. Apply to boys and men were actually ignored. It's the third thing, right? Okay. COVID and Kevin Samuels actually broke through that ceiling, right? Broke through that glass. Now everybody knows. Okay. COVID also did what? It also put a dent into the United States economics. Black women had to come back and had to have a conversation with the men that they needed. They couldn't stand over on government benefits or government benefit jobs or soft jobs and throw rocks. Okay, now we have to have a conversation. Now, because there's genuine competition for men, and black men and women have to come together and kind of find some kind of common ground. So black women came back to the table, evidenced by Kevin Samuels, because night after night, guess what they did? They lined up. What do we need to do to get a husband? What do we need to do to get a high value man? We don't understand these guys. So all of what we call the purple.
I probably will do a show on the term. Okay. When the Magda Trucker just said throughout the word chameleons, well, a little secret. To some degree, all women are chameleons. I'm gonna have to do a whole show on that. When a woman actually fuck with a dude, and some of them don't do this. Some of them, the more masculine ones, they grab their nuts and they stand in it. But when a woman really rock with a dude, she, my woman, she told me this one time. Is she was like, she does so much stuff. That's so much stuff that she do is adjusted to me, to the point to where she said that she felt like she was a different person. She's changed. She's went out her way to change and adjust and course correct. Not course correct like bad behavior. I'm talking smaller things, like basically the things that I like, the things that I want, the things that I prefer, the things that I like a woman to do. She's basically went and got a PhD in that shit. And so she's basically she's become a chameleon. She's altered herself for me. Like when a woman really rock with a dude, she will change. I'm talking in real life. The online chameleon, the online pick me, that's a whole different thing. But the real life woman, yeah, they chameleons. It is what it is. They are. I may have to do a show on that. Hashtag they all chameleons. Yeah, they are. But all right. We may have to do something on that. Shout out to Ed. See you down there.
At the table, evidenced by Kevin Samuels, because night after night, guess what they did? They lined up. What do we need to do to get a husband? What do we need to do to get a high value man? We don't understand these guys. So all of what we call the purple pill space, she said, spread out all over the place with black men and women coming on panel, talking to each other. That's them coming to the table. The third thing is that
I disagree with him calling that a purple pill space just because men and women are talking. Just because the men and women are talking, that doesn't mean that the men are engaging in something purple pill. It depends on, he probably would agree with this. It depends on the words that are coming out of their mouth. Like if they yielding, bending, and folding on everything, but they still trying to maintain some, red pill masculinity, then nigga, you're purple. Okay, I get that. But But I'm sure he would agree that just because men and women are talking, that doesn't mean purple pill. But I don't know. Maybe I'll get a chance to ask him that someday to clarify what he means on purple pill.
All the PhDs are in the space. Now we start digging back into the books with stuff they don't even teach you in college. Start digging in arcane books that nobody talks about. How we got here, why we're like what we like, and why our culture is the way that it is. Even down to now, women are actually admitting that this is matriarchy. They didn't admit that before.
Yeah.
RM, drop the link in the chat. We pretty much got to the parts of it that I wanted to cover. Pretty much got to the parts of it that I want to cover. There's 400 people in here. Make sure you hit the like button. We're going to get this panel going. Keep in mind, all super chats will be read and responded to. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Sir Tice, who did send the Cash App last show, and I forgot to acknowledge it. I'm checking the Cash Apps right now. I'll probably roll a little bit more of this while I wait for people to come on up. But let me check on the Cash App in. Just we got this is my man Stack or Starve dropped a $5 Cash App on it. Do appreciate that from Stack or Starve. Do appreciate you.
Now it's common knowledge. In fact, the women are beating their chest about it. That's the matriarchy. So all these things that we wanted to cover. So 2.0 basically did its job. And if the manosphere could have ended right then, as far as I'm concerned. But brothers say the next step is now to try to change the environment and legislative environment by getting laws and changing the way the legal system works for Black men. That's the next step. That's where 3.0 is going. The thing is, to do that, you have to advocate to the people actually run the system.
Okay.
And that's where Miss Pearlie comes in, because I said that on lives. Pearlie can talk to people that we can't talk to, no matter whether she's racist. She could be a race realist. She could be whatever she is. She could be the devil incarnate herself. The thing is, you cannot talk to other white women the way Pearlie can. You just can't. She can get in spaces that we can't.
Yeah.
All right, true. There it is, number 16. Congratulations. We made it to the part that you definitely wanted to speak on. And, and so I'll say this. I'll say this. It is true, and it's a such thing. Even though I disagree with, with all due respect, I disagree with the way that he's framing it, because I guess I'm very skeptical that just Pearlie things is going to go into political spaces in America and advocate for Black men. No, that ain't going to happen. However, she's an ally in the propaganda war against men and masculinity, because she argues the points of men and is on a large global platform that's getting millions of views through those shorts. Her live show, who was that I was watching earlier that had 2,000? I think Anton be getting like 2,000 people in there regularly. I know Pearlie live show only be getting like 2,000 people in it. 2,000 to 2,500, unless you got like special guests. Anton shit, I think I'm pretty sure everything seems like lately I've been looking up, Anton been having 2,000 people in there. Like I said, she has some inorganic growth through those shorts, spamming the algorithm with those shorts. But the fact of the matter is, if the thoughts, views, perspectives, and ideas of women are being, completely dunked on by the millions of views, that's good for men in general. But I don't think you go from there to Pearlie advocating for Black men in some political type of way. I don't know how you take that next step. But sort of like how Ben Shapiro grew his audience, from going to college campuses and dunking on purple-haired people, dunking on the purple-haired, blue-haired, green-haired people who come up and they'll say something crazy. That's how Ben Shapiro grew his audience. There's value in that. There's value in showing people how stupid their position looks. There's value in doing that. And that value adds up at the voting booth, because you're making less people want to stand with stupidity. So that matters. So in that sense, anybody who has a big platform who argues the thoughts, views, perspectives of men is overall valuable to the propaganda war. But I don't buy it that she's gonna do any type of political advocacy or anything for men. But shout out, we got people making their way into the building. We got people making their way into the building. Shout out to Ed and Hood Conservative. I'm gonna go to y'all real quick. But Ariam, bring up the super chats. Let me go through these super chats real fast before we hear from Ed and Hood Conservative. Black Wolf Inc. says, gotta love oh man. It depends on it depends on which old man shows up. But shout out to Black Wolf Inc. Ice in the building with the $20 super chat. He says BGS made a mistake by running in and saving her from the topic she picked to speak on. Not know your role. I don't think he ran in and saved her. I think if anything, he I ain't gonna say chin check. That implies he G checked her. Okay, that's what happened. Yeah, he didn't run in and save her. He G-checked her. Charles Merchant in the building says, purple pill males negotiate with women, red pill men dictate the terms to women. I understand what you're saying, but in an online space where intellectual or unintellectual discourse is a thing and debate and back and forth, I mean, put it like this. In your real life, yes, you dictate. In your real life, yes, you dictate. If it's your channel, yeah, you dictate. If it's your channel, yeah, you dictate. But at the same time, evidence shows that these views get out more if there's debate, if you put an opponent in the ring with you. The Kevin Samuels, Fresh and Fit, Pearly Things. Who else got big? Andrew Tate is probably the only one who got super big without having a sparring partner right there with him to put on the ropes and beat up. So these views get out more if you're debating. So if you're debating, I don't look at that as negotiating and being purple pill and not dictating. I look at it as a debate because debates are fun and entertaining. But shout out to you. Appreciate the $10 super.
What do we get for $10? Everything you want.
So can female content creators be chameleons? Yes. Changing their rhetoric to fit the market? Yes. If so, would it not be wise to ignore? And not support them? That's why I'm not big on support. Like I don't be sending money over there. I ain't go for it. It is what it is. But you that's a fair point. That is a fair point. They could grow an audience full of men and he'll turn and flip at any moment, and then we could say, hey, she on some bullshit. We don't fuck with her no more. But guess what? She got 100,000 men over there who she's infecting. So I can't. That's true. But like I said, the catch, she would have that audience anyway if she has a good channel, because I have this magical idea that we be just touching. We tap chicks on the shoulder and then they get 100,000 subs. No, they grow their audience on their own. They title tag and thumbnail, and the algorithm listens to the words that are coming out of their mouth and places them in an algorithm of people who want to see certain type of content. They're going to have the same audience regardless. So we can't do shit about that. So any damn thing we could do, but we can sit here and say, hey, we don't fuck with them bitches. We can't do that, but it won't make a difference. They're still going to be pushing the same message. So yeah. Anyway, on to the next one. Black Wolf Inc. in the building says, when Pearly Things appeared on that Vox discussion, that was when she was representing all men. Vox? You mean that what's that show?
No,
called?
it was Vice, either Vice or Vox. Yeah,
no, Vice. Yeah, when she was on Vice. Yeah, and that's the thing. Yeah, she goes into those spaces and she argues on behalf of men, but she's not politically going to go nowhere and argue.
Well, that's what he's talking. Well,
let's hold on. Okay, all right. Well, hold on. We'll get into it. Was that the last one, RM? I think that was the last one. So all right, we're going to get into that. I see more people made it.
All right, so yeah, and I really don't want to really get too deep into this more than what was said, but a couple of quick things. One, that's probably a good example that you can communicate to people as to what BGS is talking about. When you look at the propaganda warfare, where you said what I said, or I call it counter propaganda, because we telling the truth. We not bullshitting, basically that's part of it. That's what they're talking about, because changing the hearts and minds of people actually change the political situation. Also, the general manosphere and the black manosphere agree with about 85% of everything. It's only that 15% that some people diverge from, which is where they can't let the BBC go, or little stuff like that is in the 15%. So when you look at things like marriage,
they can't let the BBC go.
they cannot let certain sexual tribal like attitudes.
Oh,
that's in that 15%. Whether people want to agree that that's an issue with white people or not, that's that 50% as to why the black manosphere.
Let me ask you this, because see, like I came up just 100% through the black manosphere. It was damn near recently as probably last year before I actually, really truly listened to some Rollo Tomasi. I didn't fuck with the white manosphere. Was that a thing out there where they basically you have issues with black men in the space, so to speak, because they're oh shit, they got issues with their women, basically just getting piped down by black men.
Yes, so that's how it will manifest. So pretty much and people have the green depends on it. The thing is, just understand 20%, and really it's probably less than that is what we actually disagree on. But 80, and some people will say 90, and I wouldn't even completely argue with that. We agree on. So stuff that helps men helps black men. So this is so when people put this emphasis on advocating for black men, when I ask them what is that, people are saying reparations. Well, every black people vary on reparations. Like most black people want it, but black people vary on, are we ready for it and stuff like that. This is where we've had internal debates in this space. So that's not really an absolute deal killer. But my point is, she's not the only one. Nobody's saying she's Jesus. She is a cocktail of women if they go over there. Regardless if you care about the community being saved or relations being saved, that shifts the debate. And that's the point. You have people out there that shift the debate. And the reality is we're not cultivating these people. These people are already there. So it's kind of like if you find infrastructure that's already there versus you went out of your way to build infrastructure. You see what I'm saying? And the argument with Pearl is we built her. The argument of Pearl is if the manosphere didn't exist, she wouldn't exist. Like if the black manosphere in particular did not exist, she would not exist. And that's not true. It's pretty much.
I was about to say that ain't true.
So
without the black manosphere.
So everybody likes to talk when BGS is saying it's like, well, she's going to advocate for black men. Nobody's really saying that. What they're saying is she will shift the conversation because she can go with them white feminists right to their face and really check them. And even if Andrew Tate does it, he magically gets locked up. That ain't going to happen to her. So she can shift stuff. And at the end of the day, she's going to be there whether you like it or not. So you might as well do the new jitsu thing. That's the first thing. Second thing, as far as how this stuff started, I'm the reason this interview even happened, because BGS did basically a G check on Shay, kind of respectable one, but still one saying you don't dictate what the space is. Like, because she did that thing about the black manosphere is going with Karen and Keisha. Why? And BGS did not like that shit. He did not like that shit at all. And and he did a video based on that. And then I tagged her in it and she saw it. She left a long comment with me under that tag, and then I pretty much forwarded to BGS saying you could go on BGS for women, or he'll be happy to probably come over there to you, and he did, and then that happened. And I woke up and they were in the middle of a conversation that you're talking about right now, so that's how that happened. And then probably it's a good chance she'll be on BGS for women. This is one of the reasons BGS for women exists, to give these chicks a lane. If they want to ask they questions, they can in an environment where they're not gonna get beat up. Because by the way, I'm not allowed to be on the panel at BGS for women because I got too many strikes for cussing bitches out. So I'm only regulated in the chat, and y'all know how much our BGS rocks with me. So that should tell you. So and then I said straight up, Obsidian don't speak for the whole space, and stop using him as a weapon for that, because it wasn't just her. It was really a lot of people that will use Obsidian to say we're all coons because he's a coon, to the extent that they want to say that. So that's how that actually happened. So no, BGS did not rescue and save her. BGS was the principal. She went to the principal's office, basically. That's what that was. So stop that. Most of the receipts that y'all have in this space is from BGS. So y'all need to stop acting like BGS is trying to shepherd y'all back to the gynocracy. Most of y'all wouldn't even know what the fucking word was if he didn't come up with it. I'm just the one that popularized it. So stop saying that shit. Y'all can have y'all issues with BGS as far as leftist policies and socialism, cool. But the red pill shit, that's untouchable.
Well said. Well said. Well said. Well said. Well, hold on. Let me ask you this. Try to answer short because I do want to get to hood conservative. Is he? You know BGS no more better than most. Is he? I'm sure he wouldn't call himself a liberal, or would he? Would he? What do he call himself politically? Just curious.
I would not a liberal. He would say he's a black nationalist and pan-Africanist, but BGS is an analyst, and sometimes that comes off left because he doesn't buy into certain ideologies. But he's a he would say he's an analyst, and he's an agnostic. So he also has said over and over he don't even like talk about domestic politics. He focuses on geopolitics. That's what he likes. That's what he does on his channel. When it comes to domestic politics, I don't know if he thinks that's beneath him, but he really don't like arguing with people about it because as far as he's concerned, the Republicans and the Democrats are on the same page of everything that's important. Everything that's important as far as the direction of the country, they've already agreed to. A lot of the other stuff, even though it's important to us, that's what he was. That's what he has said. And I got other stuff, but I'll wait in line.
I don't want to make it about that. I just wanted to. Yeah, I trusted that you would probably say what BGS would say.
That's what he has said.
Yeah. You know, that's why I asked you because a lot of people in the chat room throwing stuff out there. But I agree with what you said as far as BGS and the overall value that he adds to the space. So that's why I try to tell people to fall back on that. You know, but anyway.
Listen, as somebody who's had those conversations with BGS, especially coming from the right, I will say it's hell, bro. Having political conversations with BGS be frustrating as hell sometimes. But he's not like dumb or nothing. It's nothing like that. It's just like there are gaps that are unbridgeable. And that's all it is, man. There are certain things that we can never really like see eye to eye on because I think he is kind of coming from the left a little bit, but nobody's like wrong or anything for being for saying what they see. But it's tough having these conversations with him. I will say that.
All right. Yeah, and I don't even want to make the show about that. So overall, what's your take on I guess everything that I laid out here, the video I was reacting to, anything that's been said? What prompted you? Go ahead. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Well, actually, something Ed was just talking about with Obsidian kind of leaning into this whole thing. And you're right. He isn't like the voice of the manosphere, so a person would be wrong to try to like hang everything Obsidian does around people's necks. But at the same time, I think there's a value in that particular stance, and the fact that he's going so like full throat, and frankly, like even Anton to a degree is kind of in the same lane of it as Obsidian as far as like.
And I heard Obsidian say she was fit, feminine, friendly. Like he's like elevating her and damn near not just.
One. Listen, it is supreme trolling.
Yes.
And as a troll, as a connoisseur of the finest trolls on the internet, I got to tell you, this is high level. Like high IQ, triple digit IQ trolling right here, and you gotta respect it. You gotta respect it because look who is really showing their hand right now as the most aggrieved. The people who nobody said anything about are actually revealing themselves to be the most aggrieved, which is the women.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. And Obsidian has value that way. That's why I'm gonna say it, and I've been saying it, I stand on this. Obsidian is more pro-black than most of y'all calling him a coon.
I agree,
bro.
Like
we
so,
are having a quiet battle for what pro-blackness is, but we'll talk about that later.
But as far as that,
seeking black validation does not make a person pro-black. It doesn't.
But that's how it's but you know what's funny? That's how it's measured though. Most pro-blacks and black people in general, when we're talking about it, whether people want to be against it or for it, that's the bar by which it's measured. When you sit there and you basically pray to black women 5 times a day, because think about it, that's the screw the women. What the dudes did was predicated on, oh man, you need to elevate the women because y'all elevated Pearl. Well, first of all, we didn't elevate Pearl, and second of all, when Danica Marie and them, they got 90% men. They have said this. The majority. That's why they can outbeat us because most of them have more women. They can pull from both groups.
Well, hold on, see right there where you said when people say y'all elevated Pearl, You give the right answer and say, no, the fuck we didn't. BGS gave the right answer and say, no, the fuck we didn't. I gave
Game
the right
Changer
answer
did too.
and
Yep.
say, no, the fuck we didn't. Obsidian says, yes, we did.
And that is why remember,
because she did a better job than you black women.
Trolling is an individual thing. When you start to trying to make it a group thing, that's where we have problems. And what happens is people will use that. And I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna back up a little bit. You know what's ironic? Because Hood Survey just mentioned the women have revealed themselves. Guess I only know this because Grant shared it. Because Jason Black ain't even in my algorithm like that no more. Guess what Jason Black's next video is?
Jason Black's what?
Jason Black's next video is about to be.
Oh shit, what is it?
The problem with the female gurus. He's got Melanie King in there in the video. He's got Olivia Alexa in there, which ain't nobody done brought up, by the way, because she's
Oh, no,
yeah,
she's
that
good.
yeah,
she's
that's
she in my algorithm lately, and I ain't.
Well, that's because she's back. That's because she's back. She's basically what people fear Jessica X would be, and she does show her face. But and he's got a couple of more. I gotta go back, but
what was that, GC? What'd you say, GC?
He said, and she's light skinned. Just go look her up. Just go look her up, Bernard.
Right,
basically, he's basically going after the women now, and he's got Kendra G in there, not Crimson Cure, but the other Kendra, and he's got one that I can't remember. But now he's about to start going off on the women, so it's gonna be interesting. All these simps that said we need to elevate the women, and they want to use Jason Black stuff. And I said he don't like them either, yo. Y'all about to find out, and now we're gonna see what he does on that video. I'm curious. That's a video I'm actually curious to see him try to do.
No, let me finish making my point, but I will comment on that one thing. The whole thing with Jason Black, he's consistent in that he's against the whole manosphere thing in general. So he's attacking women who are sort of, somewhat aligned with that manosphere stuff. So that fits. But I think the bigger thing though is pro-blackness in and of itself is a funnel back to feminism, and even to a degree, like. It's weird that he's attacking the women in that sense, but I still stand by what I said. Pro-blackness is like a funnel to feminism, and so
it's not weird that he's attacking the women, because he's going to attack the women who have ever aligned themselves with the men. So by attacking them, he's still attacking the men. So that's what's happening. Shout out. Ooh, I'm almost shouted out somebody that would have started some shit.
But nah, that's the thing though. That's how that works.
Somebody who only attacks
Jason Black is a man. Jason Black is not a full blown pro black channel, and the business is not representative of that. Jason Black is a manosphere guy. Jason Black wants to be the only manosphere guy, and that will never happen, especially as long as he doesn't show his face. That will never happen. Oh yeah, he's got Pearl and yeah, so basically, but he's not just talking about them. Those are just the people. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not gonna bring up names, but it's certain people that women that y'all think are untouchable, like that they should never be talked about. That pretty much we all either agree on or do. Nobody's really making a big deal to argue about that. I wouldn't be surprised if Jason don't try to go at them, because again, he wants to be the only dude in space, and that's not gonna happen. Just like how Tommy tried that and that didn't happen. Jason's no more special than Tommy in that way. But I agree with you, Atura. It is a funnel back to feminism, and that's why it's not taken seriously.
And that's also why he can't really be the only guy, because he can't break from that. And this is going to be a problem. Like you have to kind of break from that a little bit to a certain degree. Even when we talk about using just pearly things in some type of way, like it's not going to be a black thing. She can be useful for like the whole man message, right? But don't think it's going to be a black thing. You have to solve that problem on your own.
The closest thing that she can do to help black men is she provides an opportunity for black men to grow. And I've often said that one of the value that women need to provide, if they're going to try to get content off of this and not get no flack, if they want folks to leave them alone, or they don't want to have a chameleon court martial activated, because I believe in chameleon court. We need to have that, tribunal. But anyway, is they're going to have to start helping dudes grow their channels. When I say help, it's like if a Danica Marie, and to be fair, she has low key done this, even though she could do more. If Danica Marie says she's got 90% men watch her, which by the way, we are not responsible for because we did flame Obsidian when Obsidian tried to bring her into space. So that's them niggas going over there on their own. By the way, a lot of these niggas don't associate with the Black Manosphere. That's another thing that doesn't get said. A lot of these niggas that don't associate from the Black Manosphere and come from the Purple Sphere, the purple pill space where the women and men talk to each other. That's why it's called that, because any space where men and women are talking to each other is considered purple pill because it attracts that argument. That's based on that SBE stuff.
Yeah, this is probably the only space in Black YouTube where women can expect a hostile welcome, just off rip. And I think that's
why I reject the premise of calling it purple pill just because men and women are talking. If the man are standing on a square is not purple pill.
They're not. What? Show me a show where they're doing that. Other than like what your platform. Show me any of the Daily Rap Crew, Table 8. None of them do that. They all it's one thing compromising a little bit, but they all compromise with it unacceptable. There's not a single show. The whatever show maybe, but the whatever show is like a different purpose, and they wouldn't even consider themselves red pill. And by the way, most of these purple pill guys, okay, let me stop using the words. None of these guys claim the red pill on any of these channels. Like, show me one that is built on men and women are gonna be there. And then even like take MTR for example. When MTR goes on that Pineapple show, that's not purple pill MTR. MTR flips because it's about audiences. That's why they go into that content. I'm not saying that they're necessarily because there's a lot of purple pill guys. Shit, Derek Jackson's a red pill. Derek Jackson is red pill in real life. He's not red pill in what he says.
I agree, he's red pill.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm not saying that all these dudes are goofies. I'm saying what they project on the internet.
Yeah, that's why I always looked at purple pill as an insult because based on my initial understanding of it, we ain't even trying to get into all that.
No, it's really not. No, it's really not though. It depends. There is what I call dark purple pill, which is that chameleon purple pill shit. And then there is
the dishonest purple pill.
Okay, think about this, and I'm done. Derek Jackson versus Lita Turney. Lita Turney says he's purple pill. He's kind of the good kind. I'm honest. I'm upfront. This is what I'm going to do. I don't believe in not having relationships because if you're married for 10 years and you don't get your money taken away from you, I'm not going to say that's a failure. And then you have Derek Jackson, the folks that lie. So there's the honest purple pill guys and there's the liars. That's kind of the difference. Yeah.
All right. Cool. I can roll with that. Hood, did you make every point that you was trying to make? Sorry, we kept cutting you off.
I'm done. You can pass it. Go ahead.
All right, go ahead, little big Nate. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Hey, what up, Bernard? Hey, gentlemen, how y'all doing?
What's up?
Good.
I have a bit of a different issue with this woman, Shay Sade. And I got a small channel, so people may not have noticed, but I called her out a few weeks ago. It's on Rumble. I went to her channel for the first time while she was doing a live stream, and she had a white woman on there. And they were talking about the whole stream. I caught maybe the last 15 minutes. And they were talking about the first part of it was the swirler phenomena with black women. And the second part was about black women wanting to murder their sons, right? And at the very end, she did something that enraged me. And it makes me question this whole ally shit. When it comes to her, I'm not gonna make any hard, attacks on her. I didn't even do it on my show.
Wait a minute. I didn't think it was possible for you to get enraged.
Right.
You didn't think so? Neither did I. But I'm not.
Little Big Nate was enraged. That's.
So this is what she said, and it was so disgusting. And I hope she's listening, because what you said was fucking disgusting. After almost a 3-hour stream on swirlers and black women murdering their own sons, this is what she said. She said, well, we're not trying to bash black women. She said it like 2 or 3 times. So I was in her chat. I have never seen a live stream of hers. And I said, you got a fucking problem bashing black women when you just did a stream about black women murdering their own sons? I said, what does it take to bash a black woman then? I said, y'all come to Rumble. Watch what I do. Either she blocked me or somebody in her shit blocked me, which, I don't give a fuck about. And I went to my
It's
channel.
not like she was saying not all.
No, she said, we're not trying to bash black women. What? You did a 3-hour stream talking about black women hating black men, throwing their herpes-covered vaginas at white guys. And then the other half of the stream is about black women wanting to murder their black sons. You got all this smoke for this white broad, and black women are not only racist, they're misandrist, wanting to murder their black sons. But we're still worried about not bashing black women. So I called her out, I added her in the title, and I kept asking her during my stream, I said, what do we have to do in order to bash these types of black women? Tell me, do they have to bring their babies on the goddamn stream and slit their throats before we can bash these types of black women? They're always so worried about not hurting these women's feelings. Their feelings need to be hurt. These women are so out of pocket. They're on the internet laughing and giggling about murdering their own children. I don't want to hear shit out of your mouth about no fucking white bitch and her opinion on reparations, as long as black women can get on the internet and reconcile in their minds and in the minds of other black women the right to murder their sons. How about you go ahead and start bashing them and stop worrying about their fucking feelings? Why don't you do that? And that's what I took issue with her, because I don't believe you're an ally if all you're worried about is not pissing off the goddamn sisterhood. Look at they're writing rap songs and the chorus is, I got murder on my mind. And you don't want to hurt some feelings? Man, get the fuck out of here with that shit. You're not an ally if you're scared to hurt the feelings of women that are that goddamn evil. And now there's hundreds of black women all over the fucking internet encouraging black women to kill their sons, but you're still worried about their fucking feelings. I don't care at all about them. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, cool. I didn't hear what she said, but I'll say this. I know she's done more content about the that divestment community and criticizing them than probably me and you definitely have. So I'm shocked if she was basically saying she don't want to hurt the feelings of the divestors, or she's not trying to bash. He's not trying to bash the divestors specifically. My bet, if I went back and listened to it, is that she was trying that she probably, I'm giving her a benefit of the doubt because I didn't hear it, but I'm giving my bet, if I had to bet, just based off her track record, because she's been very critical of the whole divestment movement and all of they, murder black male babies and bullshit. She's been very critical of that. What I'm thinking that she was probably saying, and I'll watch it and confirm, and send me the link to it, but I'm thinking she may have been trying to say that I'm not trying to, just like how you say, you're not talking about, you say it all the time, you're not talking about all black women, you're talking about the ones that do it.
She was throwing a disclaimer out there, and some people do that by bad habit. And let me first of all, as far as what Lil Big Nate heard, as far as what Lil Big Nate heard with even the video you're covering with BGS, I was kind of like saying the same thing that I'm saying now on the other thing, even though I pretty much, because she was in the cocktail while I was jumping up and down hollering, so I know what I heard too on certain things, and he was like, I know what I heard, so I'm sure Lil Big Nate is going to echo that on that point, and I understand that. The thing is, the way she words stuff.
Ed, you said you heard the same thing Nate heard.
No, not this. Like, I'm talking about on a different thing. So what happens is, depending on how she words stuff, it comes off a certain type of way. And this is recent. This is usually she's pretty good about that, but this is recent. And then Lil Big Nate is talking about a different situation where she was pretty much giving a disclaimer, because she engages with she used to engage with divestors a lot. So just like how you have people come over here with Bernard, thinking Bernard is a safe place to try to, obviously Destiny and FD should let you know that this is a guy they want to debate, or they think this is a place they could come in and to debate, right? Because we know Bernard ain't on the left of shit. It's kind of like with Shay with those divestors where
you said Bernard ain't gonna what?
You're not okay with the leftist shit. You're not an ally of the left, but they still come over here, right? This is common. Yeah, so they see this as a place where they can get enough of it out, maybe get a win, but at least they can be heard. We'll say that. A lot of divestors see her as they don't like what she says, but if they're going to debate with anybody, they're not going to talk to the men. They're not going to talk to other folks that they consider mammies. But so she is, because she said that she was going to see this stuff for herself. They see her as a place where at least they can be heard, whether it's agree and disagree, right?
How about,
Even hold on. So my point is, when she said that, a lot, you know how a lot of these folks are. If they want to play the some but not all game as an excuse to not have a conversation, because you got to understand, just having a white female up there in the first place, listening to that stuff, that's embarrassing, and that's why she clipped a lot of the reactions that white woman had on her face to show this is how white women who grew up with white men are perceiving the goofy shit that y'all are saying with black men. Also, she brought that white woman up there to basically disprove the delusions that white men are going to be more cooperative with black women and women in general than black men would be, because the delusion. So she did that to dismantle that. That being said, I'm not about to sit here and say you were wrong in what you heard and how you perceived it, because people need to be doing that to keep folks accountable. Because when BGS put that video out, she responded to that, and that produced a very good conversation, and that lets these other women know that, by the way, aren't married, that, by the way, have less of a benefit of the doubt, that if we'll go with Shay, then we'll go with all of y'all. So there's value in you doing the video you did, just like how there's value in BGS doing the video he did. And I didn't want to take away from that by saying, oh, well, you got it wrong. No, there's value in doing that, because they need to know they're too comfortable over here. And that's what BGS said. I'm sure a lot of other dudes agree with that. Anyway.
My thing is this. If you go to the internet right now, you could literally pull 500,000 videos of black women beating the living shit out of each other. Black women... couple of years ago.
We're going back to that.
Now let me finish. Bro.
Yeah.
Let me finish. You could pull all these videos off the internet. All they do on their reality shows is beat the living shit out of each other. Okay. In Augusta, Richmond County, a couple of weeks ago, Pink Book Lessons did a video. A 50-year-old black woman ran her car into the Popeyes, because there were 2 biscuits missing out of her bag. We got black women walking in front of the turkey hut completely naked, okay? We got black women twerking on tables. We got black women doing $80,000 in damage to a goddamn French fry restaurant in New York because they didn't give them a $1.75 sauce. I don't want to hear any fucking black woman say, I don't want to bash black women. I'm sorry. We're way past that now. You couple that with them on the internet talking about murdering their sons, when I say I'm not talking about all black women, I'm talking about the small percentage of black women who are not like that. Black women who would lean to the right, black women who believe in natural order, God's natural order, traditional values voters, black women who give a shit about their image, who ain't out here getting ran through, who don't think marriage is a joke, who don't think they can be independent and then also require a man to take care of them and provide for them and protect them, which is stupid on its face. Women who aren't saying, I'm equal, yet I need you to take care of me. Equals don't take care of each other, you stupid women, okay? So how about we stop worrying about whether or not we're bashing them? Many of them deserve to be bashed. I'm not saying all of them do, but if you would have heard the way she came out, she said it like 2 or 3 times. Oh, we're not bashing black women. We're not bashing black women. I was like, you just did a 3-hour stream on the swirlers and how hateful and horrible they are. And the rest of the stream is about black women murdering their sons. And you're worried about black women's feelings. Maybe that's the problem. Folks are too concerned about their feelings. Decent black women, something I say on my show is, if it doesn't fit, get over it. Black women have a tendency to think if you have any criticism of any black woman anywhere in the universe, you're talking about them. And that's just not true. You're going to have to separate yourself from what I've deemed as the nightmare whore. Because as long as you associate yourself with them, as long as you're worried about not offending their feelings, even though they can... Black women are walking up to other black women, like in Brooklyn last year, and blowing their brains out. Stop worrying about their feelings, dog. That's all.
So that's something.
right,
so here's the thing. Here's the thing. That is something that they're gonna have to square with. Okay, I'll make it quick. This is why when they talk about their reputation is trash, I often say they are the responsible. They are the worst publicists for their own reputation. They are more accountable than whites and whites or any other entity for why they're perceived the way they're perceived. Because a little bit they saying. That being said. It does get to the point where it's overkill. Like when we start, we all seen the World Star, we all know the videos as far as all this crazy stuff is being gone. But you have to understand that when you say stuff like to that level all the time, people will use that in order to shut down every conversation. Like they'll use that as an excuse to run away. And so chances are, if she said it over and over, it was probably folks in the chat talk about you're bashing me. It's probably divestors talk about they're being bashed, and they use that as a way of trying to dismantle the entire conversation. So I wouldn't go about this. See me, I'm like you. I say, look, if you think I'm bashing you, that means I'm talking to you. And so deal with it. But everybody's not going to have that approach. And so when I look at a page where they're having a white woman playing Cynthia G, embarrassing her in that unique way, I'm not going to like trip over that. But that's just me. But like I said, I get it. And like I said, that's why their rep is fucked. So anyway.
All right. Well, first things first, shout out to Stacker. Wait, no. That's not Stack. Well, Stacker Star earlier. Served since July 1990. That's the name of your Cash App. That's kind of weird. But shout out to you with a $10 Cash App. Do appreciate that. Shout out to JC the Conqueror with the $5 Cash App. And RM, real quick before I pass the mic, pull up the super chats that I haven't acknowledged and read yet. Pull those up. Thank you very much. Shout out to Sir Tice in the building. Says it's going to get to the point where you're going to have to Cash App and super chat watchers taking names of people who contribute to the channel they disagree with. LOL. What
do we get for $10? Everything you want.
Oh, I actually see what you're saying. But no, that's kind of petty. I do pay attention to people who got wrenches on my channel popping off in the chat room, living their best life in the chat room with somebody talking shit about me. I do notice that. But
hey yo, it's a standing $300 if y'all want me to leave, and I'll leave immediately. That's my price for this. So FYI.
Dane C in the building says the Black Manosphere are not against female male supporting content creators. Calling the Black Manosphere is a purple pill space is a fair assessment.
We gotta have a set.
I'm calling the Black Manosphere a purple. If the Black Manosphere is a purple pill space, then everything, then there's no such thing as red pill. Let's just that's why I reject the premise on that, moving purple pill over that far. It's like there's no such thing as red pill. If right here in the belly of the beast that there's a purple pill space or there's a blue pill space. Like people say that to try to attack the integrity of it. So mostly so they can, not saying Ed do that, but there are some that do that just to try to aggrandize themselves. Like, it's
yeah, that's true. That's where SBE comes from too, where they try to make that everything. But most purple pill spaces don't claim manosphere. They don't claim it.
Over there, they say, you can't trust these women, but over here, we say we can't trust these bitches. They like try to be red pill squared, like everything below them.
That's funny, red pill squared.
Yeah, it's like, the shit get goofy. But anyway, Marriage, Politics, and Sports says, Obsidian is trolling his butt off. He is having a blast. That's true. Shout out to you. Big Bad Bull in the building says, he didn't say anything, just dropped a $5 super sticker on. Appreciate that. Go to the next one. Ray Arthur in the building says, what she is low-key saying is, we not going to bash my bag. I disagree with that because her bag isn't made off of Black women and definitely not divestors who she criticized. Look, the reason, I haven't seen what Nate is talking about. I know this woman built a channel off of criticizing Black women. So it shocks me if she's tiptoeing about criticism.
Hey, yo, everybody remember, she started on Bernard shit, so that company. So if she do break bad, Bernard is the source.
I got it. He started on Obsidian. She got her second big interview on my shit. So I already said if Shay Sade ever go left, I'll have to hold the L. That's how it works. Those are the rules. You gotta hold the L if you endorse it.
No, just like how SWP gotta hold the Chrissy L, just like Boyce Watkins gotta hold the Cynthia G L. A lot of these chicks, you know, technically, that's not true. O'Shea Paris was coming up even when O'Shea gave her that interview. I think Boyce Watkins got to hold Paris's L as well. All these chicks got somebody that helped them, yo. Like every last one of them, maybe with a couple of exceptions, like Olivia Alexa had nobody that helped her, but a couple of exceptions, yeah, it's a dude behind a lot of these chicks, yo.
Yeah, right. if I could also say, okay, I'm sorry.
Well, all right, make it real quick. I do gotta acknowledge Ray Decipher. Make it real quick.
No, go ahead. I'm cool.
Well, shout out to Ray Decipher, one of my biggest supporters. Came through, dropped $100 super chat on it. Appreciate you.
20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 120, 140.
That's $100.
Thank you very much, Ryan Decipher says, hashtag supporting black male media. Absolutely appreciate all you good brothers that keep the wheels turning around here. Go ahead, Nate, make it fast. I do got to get the Game Changer and the other brother on the panel, so make it fast.
One of the main issues I have with somebody like her, and what, again, I only saw about 15, 20 minutes before I left, is how are you expressing more anger at what the white woman said than what these black women have said? Whether that's from the pro-blacks, the hoteps, or these black women who have taken up the cause of, let's crush just pearly things. Because you didn't have the same level of vitriol for women calling for the murder of their sons. And the other lady that used to be her best friend on the show was calling for the murder of sons and daughters. She said,
used to be her best friend?
No demon seeds.
Who used to be her best friend?
Nyla. Nyla was talking about killing black boys and girls.
Okay, I thought you were talking about
Baby
Shay
Mama
Sade's
number
best
5
friend.
was strictly talking about killing black boys on that clip she played.
All right.
How you got more smoke and you more worked up about what this white woman thinks about reparations and slavery than you are about black women on the internet promoting killing their own children? I take serious issue with that shit.
I would take serious issue with that too, but Nate, it does sound like you heard her in a sound bite. She's had periods where the majority of her content was she's done like damn near divester month going at them chicks. Like, so that's why that's why something you're saying is not connecting based off what I've just seen on just her timeline of content. So,
well, I'll be honest. I'm not uber familiar with the content. I'm just
that's what I'm saying. You're drawing conclusions based off a sound bite that she probably should have worded a little different. That's what it seems like. That's what it seems like.
And if I'm doing that, my apology.
Yeah, and I'll look into it. Hell, send me the link. Send me the link to whatever video you're talking about. I'll check it out.
you gonna give Nate that indictment, God damn it, Bernard. You gonna give Nate that indictment.
No. When
every Saturday, it's Chameleon Court on Saturdays, like 12 o'clock. So he'll bring the tape, and then we'll see if an indictment is gonna happen. Chameleon Court.
Now I get what you're saying.
Now Nate want a court martial. I'm not for a court martial with Shay Sade, where you're guilty to prove it. I am for court.
I'm not saying I'm not attacking the woman. I'm taking issue with
what you heard.
Black women being so preoccupied with other black women's feelings when they're this point in their goddamn degeneracy.
But you might be hitting the wrong target because again, she's built the channel calling out black women on their bullshit.
Yeah.
So.
Shay Sade is on the top 10 Mammy's most wanted list over there on the divester. She's pretty new to be on that list. So that's probably why she does that, because she's trying to do what they do when they do the cross to keep the vampires from that's the disclaimer. And by the way, I'm proud of y'all. I've noticed that I haven't heard that we're not some but not all disclaimer in a long time for any of the channels I've listened to. So from the brother standpoint, it seems like we done stopped saying that some but not all bullshit over around these parts. I'm proud.
Yeah. All right.
Fuck them all. Anyway,
moving along. Our pain in the building. Go ahead. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Yeah, yes, sir. Listen, I appreciate you bringing me up. I know I ain't a part of the crew, but I'm retired, so I got so much time on my hand. I've been looking at all of these content creators, and you as well. First of all, the last brother about Shay Sade, he could be right without making her enemy because the sister code is strong. It's strong. It's just black people. Wait, let me just say this. It's just like when cops killed a whole bunch of black people or whatever. Everybody said, well, all cops ain't bad. And they start the conversation with that. And it kind of minimizes the effect of the bad actors. Okay? We all know that the corruption in the cops is based on all the good ones staying silent. So Shay is a great person. I like her. I subscribe and put money in her coffers. So I'm not saying she's for Cynthia G, but I don't understand how anybody in the manosphere could be mad at anything more than these women calling for the deletion of black male babies. I mean, how come that still exists? I mean, if there's anything for us to go ape shit over, it's that.
Thank you.
So this bullshit with Pearly, right? First of all, there's a level of discernment with Pearly things that the black manosphere or the idiots there can't see, okay? She talks about relationships in general, and she's more of a feminist than a racist, period. That's number one. I mean, anti-feminist than a racist. That's number one.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah.
And number two, we belittle black people by saying they don't have enough to talk about relationships in general. Just because their skin is black, it's got to be black relationships. That's bullshit. We're people of the world. We could talk about relationships without making it just black relationships. So when they have those black people on, some of those conversations are general to all relationships. And and it takes a level of discernment to understand that. Now, she gets into some of the black spaces. Yeah. Okay, here's another thing. And I'm going to shut up on this one. I want to move past Pearl. The fact that she had Nick Racist on, you, Bernard, and any other content creator will not let anybody dictate who they put on their show.
Right.
Okay, so she can't do that. It has nothing to do with her being white. She can do what the hell she wants with her show. Right? She just wasn't educated enough to be a good interviewer. So all I'm just trying to say is we put too much emphasis and we gave her too much gravitas in our space. Now, about all the other sisters,
she was never really in our. She's never.
Right. I take that back. She's never really in. You had to accept her in your space if you wanted her there.
She didn't
because your mind was
gravitas.
closed. But let me end with this because I know you got people that you're familiar with more than me. Danica, Courtney, and Sixth Goddess. The problem I have with them is that you should mind your goddamn business, right? If you're going on one end, you got all these male guys, but for them trying to shame the black men in this space, whatever you call yourself, because we don't line up and let them hold out dicks and put us in the right direction they want us to be in, that pisses me off. Just shut the fuck up and let us handle this shit the way we want to handle it. That's what I think, right? And for as much money as I don't give them a lot of money, but I put some cash apps into all of them at one point. But they overstepped their boundaries.
Really?
Yes, they did.
That's not what he was saying. Really sir, you might get wrote up. You might get indicted. You just incriminated yourself.
Yep.
Let me interject for a second.
I'm not the pocket watching type. I'm not the pocket watching type, but you said you've been listening to me for a while, and I ain't ever seen you putting on my shit. But you
Well,
listen to
she
them
saw
chicks
us
and
today.
you sitting there making it rain over there at the female channels.
It wasn't raining. It was more like a drizzle and shit, man. But the point I'm trying to
Them
say,
hoes get a lot of drizzles.
Let me interject, brother.
Now, the only person I didn't mention was the Crimson.
Let me say this, brother, right quick.
She's like a mentor.
Right quick, if I can, brother.
Yes, sir.
Right quick, if I could say something.
Yes.
Just like you donate to Danica, to Six, to Courtney, gives you the right to have your critiques towards them. They donated to Obsidian. So yeah, there is that. And furthermore, he did name them directly in his assaults. So I think that they do have every right to retaliate.
Well, wait a minute. I don't know who went first. And listen, I put money. I think I gave you some money before, Bernard. I'm just such a small guy.
Yeah,
with all the money you get, you don't know about it.
Yeah. Go get your ledger and come back so we can do a proper forensic analysis, because it sounds like you doing a lot of women drizzles. No, I'm just playing. It is what it is. I'm just joking.
But real talk. I mean, I was just playing, but there are some people that they say who they love this manosphere content, they watch this manosphere content, but they only financially support the women who basically
them niggas will look at they don't even listen to her.
Hold on, wait. I don't know. Hold on, wait, real quick. I don't know if that's true. I honestly don't know if that's true, because like I said, a lot of the female
it is.
Let me get it out. I'm saying I haven't seen with my own eyes that that's true, because a lot of the female content creators, I don't watch them like that. And I definitely don't pocket watch them like that. But you did say something that made it sound like, we got somebody who sound like they fit that exact stereotype of,
if I was worried about that, maybe I would have concealed that, but I'm not. But I'm usually on the Beef Network more than anything else. And I don't want to promote them on your channel, but I'm usually
they're cool people. You can
I hang out with Trigger Mike on his show mostly.
Fuck Fight Club.
No, not
they
Fight
drop
Club.
Bernard down.
No. That's part of this game over there. People pay money to bring me back. I was getting yo-yoed back and forth up there. It was cool. Good time.
Like I said, I'm retired, so I got a little bit more time on my hand. I do my own thing, started my own channel. And listen, it's not a big thing because I only got like 27 subscribers, but I think my thumbnails are pretty fucking good. But that's another story. But anyhow, so the content might catch up, and if I ever get into this thing seriously, I'll look at it. But I like the conversation on all sides. And my biggest issue is how, especially with the black folks, especially with this pearly thing exposed, it's like you're either on or you're off. If you're not a blackity black, then you're a traitor. I have a lot of problems with that because there's a lot of nuance between the two. And so that's where I'm at. So I like the conversation, and I'm glad. I think we're moving past it, and it was so refreshing to hear what you said today, right now, about women, stay in your lane. Let us handle this the way we need to handle it, and stop trying to dictate how we should handle it using sign language. The sign languages that some of those sisters are using is no different than the 304s and the ratchet chicks using sign language to put us in place.
Right. Yeah.
But let me end. I'm gonna shut up after this. The brother who has an issue with people deleting black babies, we don't argue. We don't fight back against that enough as black men. Her channel shouldn't even be up anymore. That's what I'm thinking. But that's enough.
Oh no, I absolutely support those. I absolutely support those channels being up because I don't want them to deny that they say it. Yeah, I want Cynthia G to get 1 million subscribers. That way, the pro blacks got to actually acknowledge it. That's just my take.
All
right, and
that's enough. Go ahead.
All right, no, cool, no, definitely good stuff. And speaking of Cynthia G. All right. Had been a while since I played that one. All right. Game Changer. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Okay, thank you. So Shay Sharday was referencing Obsidian and how she believed that he was the spokesman for the manosphere and stuff like that. That's really by design. He set himself up to do that. Basically, he becomes manosphere when it's convenient. When he sees that the manosphere is getting criticism, excessive criticism. What he does is he announces himself as the founding father or the founding member of the manosphere, because he knows that the people who are talking negatively against it is going to look towards it. And then it's really a dog whistle. It's a way to try to reel them in. He agrees with them so they feel comfortable, and then he gives them a platform so that they can critique the manosphere. And then he does damage control. That's basically Obsidian's mode of
fucking dirty macking.
Yeah, I mean, whatever you want to call it, that's his technique. That's why he's constantly in defense mode. That's why he's constantly, doing damage control and stuff like that. He does this to get the big name outsiders, to feel comfortable and coming to his channel, which they believe represents the manosphere. It's common practice for him. Now, what we have to do as content creators, as well as viewers, is don't fuck with that nigga. I said this last year, July 22nd. Do not fuck with this nigga, because he can always seem like the spokesman of the manosphere as long as other manosphere people are fucking with him, But if you are not fucking with him, then it's like he's just like a Kermit the Frog type person with the echo box by himself. Once he has that image, then he'll stop allowing others to sling mud at the manosphere while he slings mud with them, and then does damage control. Like, why not? Why shouldn't I sling mud? So yes, he's going to lean into all the punches, and unfortunately, we're the ones getting a black eye when he does shit like that. And that's according to Shay Sharday.
Yeah, I mean, agree. I mean, agree. She honest. No, not as far as. Yeah, I get what Game Changer's saying, but because that's what she said with BGS. Like, she honestly believed that he was a because O'Shea does that too, where he says what's it called is a founding member, and and it's like, yeah,
the reason I had disagreement with it didn't come up to me. That was that was really my biggest criticism, because with Shay Sharday in the video that I played, the stuff that Nate brought up notwithstanding, I don't,
but that's another video.
Yeah, that's another video. But as far as this one, my biggest criticism is that I did think that she should have known better. I did think she should have known better, because like I
said that too.
She's seen him in all his glory. She know the antics. She know she's seen brothers separate themselves from his shit. Like, and he puts on a show. He puts on a show. He does a damn thing. And she's who the hell is moving furniture?
No, it's Dark Vader. Like, that's what they're doing.
Yeah, somebody.
They got a Dark Vader breathing device.
Yeah. Somebody mute up if you got on the Darth Vader mask.
I think that's.
But either way, yeah, I did think that she should have known better. She should have known better that Obsidian when Obsidian goes Obsidian. Like I said, it's sometimes when he's on point, he's killing it. He's the voice of the everyday brother. Sometimes he goes left on some shit. She's seen him go left, and she know how that works. And she know, I know she's seen me, Ed, and Game Changer on here last year. This was what was it? Probably April. I can't even remember the last time he's been over here. But I know she's seen us going to war with him when he was going in a different direction, to put it mildly. I know she's seen that. She's seen the space turn on him. She's seen the space disagree with him. And she's seen him build it back up. She's probably been around for 2 cycles of him tearing it down and building it back up and tearing it down and building it up again. Like, she knows that. So that was my criticism.
BGS said the same shit. He said, because I've been telling, I got chat groups and stuff. He said the same shit. He was like, yeah, she know who Obsidian is. I don't know why she bullshit. Like, nah, she trying to walk it back, but she know. And I said, all right, I'll talk to her and see if I can get you on there.
Because of Shay Sharday's track record, I will let her plead guilty to a lesser charge and get off with that smack on the wrist for that one. But
I mean, it's so much shit that some women it's so much worse shit than women have done. I mean, the issue with really what Shay Sharday has done is and this is the thing, it's like a lot of stuff going on. So you got like the the Six Danica stuff where they trying to Anton all of a sudden is in the manosphere now. That's the funny part about that. Even the way the other dude, shout out the brother who was talking, when you talk about the Lapeef, like a lot of people that he's talking about are not really in this space with the exception of Crimson Cure. You know, you're talking about Danica, Six, Lapeef. They kind of operate in their own like little solar system that again is more purple pill based because it's the women talking to each other. So you got the good baby mamas versus the bad baby mamas. You got the B Taylors and the Luckies versus, you know, I guess Danica Marie is married, and then the Six Goddess that want to play the black love stuff. See that's not. See we put that all in one category. That's why I wrapped that up in a nice little bow. But the thing about it is Courtney too, because you got Courtney and Chantel are still beefing, and Chantel took that as an opportunity to I'm still back and forth. No, I'm not gonna say that. Chantel took that as an opportunity to kind of show receipts on Courtney with her chameleonism, and I'm like, you know, obviously she's doing that for her own channel, but you got that stuff going on too, where Courtney was also trying to put Obsidian on the whole manosphere, even though you interviewed with Obsidian. So Obsidian, she just put a post talking about how creepy he is because he did it. I can't believe he did an 8.5, almost 9-hour stream with me. I'm so creeped out and so worried. So she's trying to do a soft shoot Me Too on Obsidian. But at the same time, you was over there. Just like how you throwing kind of low-key shots at Anton, but you was a part of Anton. It's like, it's that goofy shit. So my point is, it was in that cocktail of trying to blame us that she was in. And that's why it was really at everybody. It was just, she was a recent video where she was talking to him. And it's like, you keep putting videos up from that interview. And she did that with the divestors. Here's the difference. The divestors can't keep their lies straight. We're not them. We know, we focus on the truth. Even when it makes black men look bad, we still focus on the truth. We don't focus on them where they believe the bullshit they believe and they just mad because you making them look bad. If what she was saying was accurate, we would have no problem. It would be no issue. It's the accuracy that we have a problem with. And this idea that folks believe that the manosphere is this thing where whenever you don't know what you're talking about, just blame it on the black manosphere and then just shuffle. It's like we're like a, what do you call it? A waste dump. You know, where you just throw the shit over there, fuck the recycle, just throw it all over there. And then that way, don't worry about it. The black manosphere hates black people, and that's the problem with the black community. So blah, 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 blah. We're like that safe space on the bingo board that people are getting used to like filling all the time. And it's like, and a lot of people do that because they think there's no consequences to that. I'm not even talking about Shay Sade. I'm talking about other people. And it's like, yo, y'all, no, we're going to start pushing back on that shit. Y'all not, yeah.
No, but Edward, you gotta understand there isn't any consequence when you have the founding members of it eating that garbage on purpose, you know, who only step into the manosphere just to agree with its detractors. Then there's no defense against that. You know, like, I mean, if
no, I'm not going against anything you said. I get what you're talking about.
What we have is all three founding fathers. Every now and again, they just say, "Hey, by the way, I am the founding father of the manosphere, one of three, and I have to
That's
say,
true.
We a bunch of bitch ass niggas." Okay, I quit. And then the next time an insult comes, they come back into it just to claim founding father status, and then say, "Yes, I agree with your insult. They're a bunch of lame ass incels." Okay, I've quit. They keep doing that shit. You know, I mean, you can't have an organization when the founding fathers is constantly shitting on it. You know, you can't. Who just come in to shit on it and then leave.
So yeah, we got a bunch of Enron bullshit going. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I ain't even gonna front. Even I was getting annoyed by O'Shea on doing that shit. So yeah, we got like basically what Game Changer is saying is you got the people with the bank keys opening that goddamn vault and robbing the goddamn bank and then blaming the bank tellers saying, why is this money not right? You know, even though they robbing the bank. Yeah, you right. And everybody that operates in certain clusters needs to call that out. Because that's why I was pointing that out with O'Shea. You know, it's like you keep saying you're not in the space, but you say you're not in the space to then attack the space as if when people gave passes on certain women you interviewed. You know, it's crazy when you think about it. And it's like now folks want to be pro-black. Even Phil was not a part of this space, but I was laughing when Phil would talk about, yeah, man, I'll hire you. And yeah, you know, them guys, they're responsible. I'm like, Phil, they kicked you out of the pro-black sector because you had a Hispanic wife. These are the same people that will cut your ass out the next month in the next arc. you'll be. So it's like a lot of these niggas are full of shit. And
Bro, I didn't know they kicked him out.
Oh yeah, Phil. Like when that ad popped up, because what happened was you had the ad thing that really is why he left. But all the pro blacks turned on him. Cynthia G, not Cynthia G, but they all he had no like really protection. Nobody was really caping for him because he was a huge channel. People forget how big Phil used to be. But when he had that white Hispanic wife, oh no, people got quiet. They let him get burned like for real.
I remember the classic moment that happened on the Sunday Rumble back in 2018, when Game Changer was giving his opinion on reparations and he disagreed with aspects of it. And Phil advised, Philip Scott, that's the name. Yeah, he was on there, and he was, I guess, just listening to Game Changer's voice. He was like, "Are you even black? Are you black? And no, answer me this. Are you black?" And then Game Changer was like, I'm blacker than your wife. And that shit was hilarious.
Yeah.
That was the funniest moment. It's like,
yeah.
And it was like 8 people on the panel. And like, I'd probably say it was really Game Changer and probably one other person against 6. All of the 6 people that was banging on that, they was going that game. What the fuck?
They said we had to have a moment of silence.
Man, when I tell you that moment of silence was so damn quiet, I was like, oh, that was one of those.
Game Changer's like, I just like them light skinned. You like them all the way.
That was one of the most classic moments ever, man.
Yeah, and it's crazy, man. And my argument with Phil has always been, if he has kids with a black woman, his genetic debt has been paid. Stop worrying about that. If you got kids with like Bernard, and Bernard show up with a white woman tomorrow and be like, was your kids with a black woman? Yeah. All right, you paid your genetic debt to the society, so therefore you get put in a box that doesn't count for that. Hey, that's always been my argument.
I did not know that.
No, that's my argument. Now I'm not saying other people vote for that, but that's my argument.
No, just playing.
That's always been my argument, because it's like, what do you? Because if you want to talk about it from an economic standpoint, like black economics, your kids are going to be the benefactors of the works that you do. Correct. So therefore, that's no longer an issue. So if you have, I'm not saying everybody should do that, but I'm just saying anybody that has kids with a black woman, it doesn't count. Even with Tariq, oh man, you got kids with Peanut and she's mixed and half Jewish. Well, his kids are more black than they're not. But the truth is, his daughter, his first kid, is the same skin tone as Tariq with a black woman. But this is how I know that that's not really the issue. Because when they say that, they never take that into account. That's how I know they just trying to get mad at somebody just cause.
Anyway. All right, real quick. I do want to go to Pablo. Pablo been waiting for a while. Oh damn.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop off, y'all. Appreciate having me.
All right, thanks, Ed. And you added some good clarity on some stuff, because BGS don't. I respect Ed. Ed will speak on BGS's behalf, so I do appreciate that. Damn, Pablo, it sounds like you on a plane. Dirty folks, I see you back there. You like kind of suspended. You talked about stumping a chick out and putting her in the hospital. I mean, you said you had sex with her, but that was a messed up story. Like, I gotta put you in timeout, man. Like, you can't be pulling Charleston Whites on my panel, bro. It's like, anyway, we got dirty folks. You suspended for like 48 hours. No. But go ahead, Pablo. Oh, Pablo, I'm sorry, I muted you because it sounded like you was on a plane, but go ahead. Maybe you can talk over that background. Go ahead. Unmute yourself, or I gotta unmute you, one or the other. Pablo. Oh, there you go.
All right.
You got it.
We good?
Yeah, you good.
All right. So I'm gonna agree with my retired gentleman that spoke a few minutes ago. As one of the delegation of the old niggas.
I gotta be all that. Yeah, but that's me, Rich.
Hey man, I'm just saying, that's what they call us around here, brother.
It's cool. Go ahead.
That's what they call us. That's what they call us around here. Them old niggas.
It's cool. It's cool.
Hey man, I'm just giving you the message. Now, us old niggas like R&B. And one of my favorite R&B albums of all time is N.E. Heartbreak. Right? And so to my brother Big Nate Big Nate, I met you in person. I love, meeting you and your son. He's such a well-mannered, successful young man, and you're very passionate, and you know how I feel about that. I love it. But I think your level of expectation of the A-Dose ABW is just gonna give you the NE Heartbreak album. It's just gonna be Ralph Tresvant crying, moaning, because see, she got to go back. She got to go back to the cookout, brother. Huh? She got to go back to the cookout. She got to go back to the cookout. She can't go hard in the paint like you can. She can't go hard in the paint like you.
To me, she goes damn near as hard as a chick could go, though. I mean, Pablo, she very supportive of Passport Bros. It's like y'all making a
brother,
somebody
but Nate wants her to.
Even though she did put her dashiki on over this Pearl situation. She did.
Listen, man. When Becky is around, they will forgive all manner of fuckery if Becky is anywhere in the vicinity.
Ultimate enemy, Becky.
Yes, all other reason goes out the window, brother. They're not gonna see straight. They just not.
All right, Pablo, and you are. I mean, you snap, crackle, and popping. So so go ahead and land the plane on whatever else you got. But
that was it.
Okay, cool.
All
right,
Pablo, what country are you in?
I am in the United States of America, Estados Unidos.
Okay. No, I thought you were like in a country where the Wi-Fi was not best.
No, I'm riding around in my work vehicle. That's what.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
No, I see what Pablo's saying, but if I could say this, what you see with these female platforms is a problem of leadership. These women are the leaders of their platforms. So of course they're going to misuse them. Sometimes they don't know what they're doing. They get to lead their platforms. On their platforms, they call the shots. Even though some of these women are married, some are in relationships or whatever, they're still taking the complete leadership role on their platforms. So yeah, they're going to make a lot of mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
My issue is what it's not all Black women doing this, but it's a plurality of them. It's an ever-growing number. It may not be the majority that are that filled with hatred and vitriol to say something that evil, but we're getting there. Okay. And my job isn't to I have no interest in saving those women or changing their minds. Let them be evil. Let them voice their hatred. I'm looking for the response from the women that say that, oh, no, I'm not like that. No. We're nothing like that. Black women like us. No. We reject that type. I'm looking for the level of outrage. And it appears there's a lot more outrage for the white broad than there has been for this horrible goddamn trend among some of these women to say something this horrible.
Well, okay, is the outrage to the white broad or is it to the men? Because from
just outrage, period.
Well, no. So the way I see it is they had their say about what she said, which was like a half a video, and then everything else after that was on Obsidian and basically just on that nigga, I mean, they basically,
or just the men, or no, the manosphere in general.
But but they do make it a point to point out the specific people, like basically the people who were on the panel with Obsidian with the shit. They refocused their disdain not on the white woman, but on niggas like Obsidian, and
or defending the white woman.
Is that Obsidian is used to 12 women not liking his ass. So he's comfortable in that position. He is. So, he welcomes it. It becomes like, it's bringing back childhood memories and shit, in his mind. But generally speaking, their ire isn't against this Pearl anymore. It's against niggas like that.
Well, yeah, that's one of the biggest things that and it was Jason Black's strategy. I've talked about that, and it turned into a lot of the women's strategy where it wasn't just hey, this Pearl chick said this, and I disagree with her, and that was stupid, and she shouldn't have said this. You racist bitch. And if it stopped right there, then okay, no big deal. It was got to go after the men. It's almost like there was an attempt to put as many batteries in back and pitchforks and tiki torches in hand, and y'all go burn that witch at the stake. Like that's what it was. Like it was a lot of that. It was basically trying to make, it was basically trying to make black male drones. It was a lot of that going on.
Who was leading that charge, though, brother? Who was leading that charge with the tiki torches? Who was at the front?
I don't know.
There's so many divisions that it's hard to.
Yeah, I'm just saying, who was at the front with the tiki torches, putting the batteries in the rest of the sycophants back to do?
I don't know. You tell me. You don't tell me.
Well, Jason Black. Jason Black started it all.
Yeah.
Okay, but after that, though, it was just him. Divide?
It was a plurality of people. But if you have an idea on who was the foremost, leading of the trying to embolden batteries and backs to go attack, then by all means say who, because I don't know.
Well,
it looked like a scatter shot from everywhere.
Okay,
like we were surrounded. Like it was.
It wasn't a chick question. I'm just because I'm deferring to you because you're bigger in this space than I.
Okay, okay. Well, if you want my direct answer, it was a scatter shot from every damn where. But one thing that I do want to say, and since we're talking about women in the space and not having a vote, and I forgot who it was said they're leading their channels, they're going to make mistakes. This was one of my biggest things. Even though I said I ain't talking about women. Well, one thing I'm not going to talk about. I'm not going to talk about their money because I'm not gonna get into that. But I do. But I will talk about this. And when it comes to women, and I'll throw this to y'all, when it comes to the women with the channels of 90% men, and there are some that enjoy and frequent the female channels more so than men channels. It ends up being a situation to where at some level I wonder, is that a system destined to fail? When you got basically, no matter how you slice it, just the bare minimum optics of it looks like a situation where women are ultimately leading a group of men. It's hard to look at it and not see that. Even when I looked at Shay Charday's channel, and I rock with Shay Charday, but even then I'm looking at it and I was seeing like, okay, she's sitting there, she's on camera. She got a panel, is 8 guys on the panel, well, 7 men on the panel, waiting in line to be called on to speak. And I'm like, oh, the optics don't look good. In the chat room, like 90% men, oh, the optics don't look. It's like, so yes, allies in the propaganda war or the counter propaganda. Yes, that's cool. I like that. But then one of the downsides to it, is that you got a bunch of women, you got a bunch of men following a woman. That's part of what we were running from, and not running from or moving away from, and that's why it's who said a game changer?
Well, I wanted to speak real quick.
Well, I'm gonna go to Nate first on that. I'm gonna go to Nate first on that.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like I've watched a couple of channels too, and what these women know is that Black men are femininity and thin, attractive women starved. That's what these women know. And even somebody like Shay Charday, who is married, knows that she can get on the internet with her natural hair and very little makeup and in shape and attractive. Dee Williams is the same way. She's married, in her 40s, but attractive. And these dudes are on this panel, and a lot of these dudes have feelings for these women.
Yeah, see,
Damn, Nate, I
don't
was
even wanna
about to
go
say
there.
the same thing.
Is Black Manosphere,
Let me say this.
Nate, is Black Manosphere OnlyFans? That's what I
Well,
say it is.
let me say
That's
this.
what it is. It's Black
Let me say
Manosphere
this.
OnlyFans.
And you know, I'm not going to shit on the dude.
Okay. In addition to that, I understand.
You gotta let me finish. You gotta let me finish.
All right.
But yeah, man, black men, and that's why I'm not just going to shit on the guys, because black men are femininity starved. That's why these women are so successful. It takes nothing to build up a 40, 60, 70,000 subscriber channel, you know, that is, you know, on the periphery of the black manosphere. Not all these dudes, you know, Danica Marie built her shit on Facebook and then came in. She didn't really come on panels poaching dudes and shit.
Yeah.
You know, there are women that actually
I
built
argued in my opening speech, it was really only one chick that blew up from panel hopping in the black manosphere, and that's Jessica X, and to a lesser extent, the breakdown. But that's it. Well, particularly Sister George, she was the one panel hopping. It was so they built their audience on their own, and like I said before, it was an unavoidable thing. It's an unavoidable thing because if they title tag. They say it if you go to YouTube school and start Googling and start YouTubing, you know, the most effective best practices of YouTube. Yeah, they say title, topic, thumbnail. If they title, topic, and thumbnail, and tag and all of that stuff in line with what the Black Manosphere is talking about, and plus the algorithm listens to the words coming out of your mouth and they place you based off what you're talking about. They were going to be placed. They were going to make it to the algorithm, whether we liked it or not. They were going to be here. They were going to build an audience, whether they got endorsement or support from the manosphere or not. It's just a general population of men that they were going to send that stuff to. Those men was going to go in and watch. They was going to have an audience. So in that sense, it is much to do about nothing. That's why I said before, I'm not going to talk about it no more. But here I am talking about it. But so it's worth pointing that out, and that's why I don't beat up on the black manosphere for it, because I understand that audience is going to be built regardless, with or without black manosphere support. And a lot of them, Danica Marie, Six, so many of them, they had audience before they even made contact with the black manosphere. So it's like it does turn into, it ends up being another stick that somebody could hit the black manosphere with. Y'all supporting that stripper bitch over there. You know, it turns into another stick. Just like they want to hit us with the pearly stick, even though we didn't know shit about her really until she got like 600,000 subs. It's like, so it turns into a stick that they want to hit the brothers with. But it is worth giving just a critical examination of, yes, you know, they're saying things we agree with. I say they're allies in a propaganda war, but that it does reek of the stench of a woman leading a group of men, 100,000 strong. So that is hard to get around. But go ahead, GC. Go.
Isn't it something just as simple?
Let me say this.
Isn't it just something as simple as nature?
Go ahead, GC. Go ahead. Hold on. I want GC on this one. I want GC. This is one of the few things me and GC got some disagreement on. So go ahead, GC.
Yeah, it is. I mean, and I do understand the negatives. It does reek of, you know, horniness combined with OnlyFanism, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There is that aspect to it. But I mean, to me, it's making a very clear message. First of all, it is an improvement from what Brothers was doing before. And I'm talking about the brothers that just so happen to be niggas. You know, what y'all were doing before was operating from a stance of extremely low standards and expectations and stuff like that. You know, I mean, if y'all looking at these women as fantasy girls, that's a step up, because some of you niggas was fantasizing about 40 fat bitches and stuff like that, and a bunch of chitlin broads. Like y'all had some sick ass fantasies that include like very, very below average women and shit. So at least y'all fantasizing better. Damn. You know, like, I mean, but my point is like, even if you are, you know, even if you are out now that's good. Now go out and do what you got to do to get yourself a Danica or a Six or something else, you know, but stop doing what the fuck y'all was doing before. And that's waiting for these, you know, 44-year-old fat bitches with kids to put themselves on the market because they stopped, because, you know, they're done with their hot girl summer. At least y'all have better fantasies with that. So that's a step up. So I had a low ass opinion of y'all before that. Now, I want to point out also that the women who are of the pick-me variety seem to be better at being women. So, yeah, I want black men to at least raise their standards. I don't really care how these chicks do with the numbers or something like that. Don't really care about the optics, because here's the thing about that. It's going to have a greater impact when black women say it, no matter what. And that's because, of course, men are supposed to be, disappointed in the quality of women. So it's not going to hit the same way. However, when a woman is disappointed in the quality of women, that does hit harder. That's why when Kanye West put on the White Lives Matter shirt, it hit harder. More people watched. You see a white guy from Kentucky with that, it's like, okay, you kind of expect shit like that. You see a black man say something about, the high concentration of fat ass bitches in our community, and they expect us to say that. However, when you see somebody, the Sweet Melody Speakses and shit like that, when they say it, it's like, oh, maybe there is a there. What are you talking about? She never left. Somebody said, I try to get my friend Danica back. Listen, she never left. I'm still cool with Danica. It's nothing about that. It's not even about, individual Danica-ism, okay? No, it's about principles. I want people to know that, there are better bitches in this world, for one. And for two, the mentality that we talk about that exists amongst black women is really ugly bitch mating strategy. And that's what it's all about. That's where the BFF and all this stuff comes from. Let's be clear. These are ugly bitch mating strategies. When other women use lip gloss and push-up bras, these chicks use fuckery. Why? Because it's all they got when you're a homely looking bitch. And we are falling for the fuckery. At least these chicks are showing that there is a better path.
All right. Shout out to all the Patreons. I'm just letting the Patreon scroll right there. The show's still going just like normal. Just put the Patreons up there. Shout out to, I think, Black Uru and Dirty Folks. I just let Dirty Folks on. He said he was going to talk about, belly to back suplex and broads today. But all right. Real quick. Let's get to let's put up the super chats before I get to Dirty Folks and Black Uru. Put the super chats up, RM, the most recent one, last one that I haven't read. Go ahead and get those up. But shout out to Kevin C, Brenda, RM, Paul Game. Shout out to Prize or Prisoner, car designer Chris, Perfect Blackness. Wait, shit, is RM there? Well, RM, when you get there, put the super chats up. Okay, there you go. All right. Real quick, and we'll react to those super chats. Digga Dave in the building says Ed's mic is sponsored by Rockford Fosgate.
These last $2, I'm not gonna lose.
Black Wolf Inc. in the building said dead are and don't play the Black Wolf clip. I'm trying to go fast through them, but Black Wolf in the building said dead as though Ed is spot on with the chameleon court idea that would help us clean this space. And what else does it say? Clean this space out more. The sisterhood is fuckery. The sisterhood is fuckery on steroids. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Shout out to Cash Flow Hustles. Says put a little something on the wood. Absolutely. Go to the next one. January Man in the building says a little drizzle. Right on. Appreciate it. Lord Love Smith says Bernard is doing so well since he has stopped associated with the crazy Benedict. Okay, get out. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. It says Carlo CA in the building. Well, no, that's CA in part of his name. That's the money. Anyways, Carlo in the building says, careful with these ladies because they just playing silly. Despite explanations, they still view those with bigger channels as the leader. O'Shea, MTR. Now, see, that's bullshit because everybody took Pearl's 1.3 million subs and said she was the leader of the Black Manosphere that she was never in. Funny how when Poor Man's Podcast got to 600,000, 800,000 subs, nobody said Poor Man's Podcast is the leader. When MTR got to 600,000, nobody ever said MTR is the leader. They only do that leadership when they want to hit somebody. That's what I heard somebody on a panel say Melanie King is carrying the Black Manosphere on her back. and nobody flinched or even countered it. Like that was a few months. That was about 5 months ago. I heard somebody say that shit. It's like, no, they only anoint somebody the leader when they want to use it to take a shot. But he says, even though I'm gonna go pull it back. Says, even though they have distanced themselves from the sphere before. But no, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. But no, people, but people only anoint a leader when they want to criticize or want to find a target to hit or use
and
that.
Leaders only anoint themselves when they want to criticize. Like when a founding father want to criticize the manosphere, he anoint himself as a founding father and then talk shit about it and then leave.
On to the next super chat.
Can I?
Go ahead, real quick, Black Guru.
I mean, I have a question about what Game Changers just said, and that's part of the reason why
we'll go there. We'll go
Okay.
there right after I get through the super chats.
Okay.
You got next. So LB Crypto in the building says, facts, Nate. Most men never experienced a feminine woman. 5 on it meme, please. You go ahead and drop the 5 on it. Drop the 5 on it. Because LB Crypto. Because LB. Appreciate it. All right, on to the next super chat. Right, that was the last one. All right, Black Uru, you can ask the question on what Game Changer said right there. Shout out to all the Patreons. Shout out to all the Patreons. With one of the streams I did that I took down, I think that was yesterday or the day. Yeah, yesterday. That one will be going on Patreon. I'll be putting that up right when we get off the air. So Patreon content is getting put up more frequently. I know I'll gain Patreons and then lose Patreons because I don't commit to putting stuff on Patreon. But yeah, it's a mixture of some original stuff on there, some live stream shows that get taken down. It will be consistent stuff on Patreon. So become a Patreon or a member. Become anything that I put on, most of the stuff I put on Patreon, I put on members as well. So become a patron or a member. But go ahead, Black Uru, you got the floor. You got the mic.
Well, I guess I have maybe a controversial question for Game Changer as well and the rest of the panel. Because I wonder, you almost appear to be alluding to the notion of whether or not the founding fathers should be disavowed. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I almost certainly am, especially since they all have disavowed themselves from the manosphere. However,
Okay.
like Bernard was saying earlier, there's no door to the manosphere. And they
it's not so much about a door as to whether or not there's an impression that's giving of their claims to the foundingship. You know, at some point in the 80s, those of us who are really old, we remember Apple firing Steve Jobs. You know, Steve was fucking up and they got rid of him. They brought in the guy, I forget the guy, he was president, and they got rid of Jobs. It was a very public thing, and it was a big deal in the business world, I remember during that time. And obviously, Jobs later came back, and you know, the rest is history. But you know, it's not unusual for a great enterprise to at some point sever ties, or at least make a public showing of the severing of ties with its founders.
Right.
And again, I'm not asserting that that is something that should or should not be done. But if they're actually using that as a means of marketing their own particular self-interest, you know, maybe that's something to ponder in some way, you know, so that going forward, when, you know, assertions are made about the standing of certain people to market their own self-interest, maybe there should be a broader sort of pushback against that.
Well, yeah,
because I myself personally have unsubscribed from all 3 of them for the very reasons you cite, frankly. And I just, you know, I don't. I'm disappointed in the 3 of them for the very reasons that you cited, and I appreciate you doing so.
And your Steve Jobs analogy is spot on. But I would go a little bit further and to say it would be like Steve Jobs if Steve Jobs every year just says, yes, I'm one of the original founders of Apple computers, and computers are a piece of shit.
But I hate these motherfuckers. Their computers are shit.
It would be
their phones are
you
shit.
don't hire back somebody that does that. You know,
Wait, game changer. Repeat what you said. I couldn't hear what you were saying because Uru was laughing. It was Mike supremacy in you. So say what you said. Because you see.
No, I was saying it would be the equivalent to if Steve Jobs was to every now and again say, yes, I'm the founder of Apple computers, and Apple computers are a piece of shit. Fuck Apple, fuck the iPhone, and fuck the iMac, and fuck each and every single thing that Apple creates. Okay, bye. And then he just comes in.
But then come back next week. But then come back a year later and say, buy my new smartphones. iPhone 12.
It might be
more. It's like that. It's like that guy from that's now doing Sprint, and he used to work for Verizon, saying, "Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?" And then he jumped over to Sprint. You know, you know that bitch ass. It's like Calvin, who used to work for McDonald's, and he took their paycheck, and then he started eating Burger King. You know, it's like that. It's shit like that.
Well, that's why it might be more advantageous to just not look at the Black Manosphere as this one large, cohesive collective and just worry about like the sector and the dudes you rock with. Don't worry about this broad, undefinable, if that's a word, Black.
Yeah, I hear
who you rock with.
I hear what you're saying, Nate, and my circle has gotten smaller, but the fact of the matter is, as long as there is a Black Manosphere, people are going to look at it like that, and it makes it vulnerable to attacks. Like this is what we're seeing with the Pearly thing, with this whole Pearly thing. It wasn't about Jason Black didn't launch an attack on white supremacy because Nick Fuentes said something. No, he launched an attack on Black men because Pearly has been on a panel with a man that was Black before. It's like. So it's going to get associated to the Black Manosphere, and then that's where the tag is going to be, and then that's where the sisterhood attacked, and that's where a lot of pick-me's in the space attacked, and that's where a lot of men in the space fell in line behind their women and attacked, and then so that.
Bernard, can I make a comment real quick?
Real quick. I do want to hear what BGS got on this. Go ahead, Pablo.
So we're experiencing a lot of the same bullshit kabuki dancing with the passport bros. Austin Holloman doing a video saying, I'm no longer a passport bro. You niggas are giving it a bad name, which is total irony, right? And Ace Live does a video on his Instagram talking about what his followers follow, right? So he's in this algorithm where he's in the passport bro algorithm. He's a Black, travel YouTuber, but he's upset that he can't escape this, passport bro algorithm because of what his followers follow, and he's complaining about it. Well, guess what? Guess who was the founder of putting girls in bikinis, interviewing girls in the bars and the beach, and riding around with the camera at all the hot spots? Ace Live. So, and then they say, "Oh, well, I ain't one of you. I ain't a passport bro." But see, it's not what you say you are when you become a content creator. It is what your followers follow that determines what you are. So O'Shea can say all he want. He ain't in the manosphere. What do his followers follow? To me, it's a bunch of bullshit kabuki dancing.
No, I agree. But put it like this: O'Shea is the only one who actually put it like this. When he's doing all the celebrity junk, celebrity gossip content, I think that puts him technically in a different algorithm.
And what does he smuggle in with the fuck? What does he smuggle in with the celebrity fuckery? All of his little red pill talking points and associated fuckery.
He brought some manosphere isms and schisms to the celebrity gossip.
All right, then he didn't do nothing,
and I got no problem with that. But I hate it when people say I'm leaving the Black Manosphere. I'm leaving the manosphere. It's like everybody who I've ever seen do that, whether it was MTR, whether it was that femme sapien chick who left who left the manosphere or whatever. Okay, I'm leaving the manosphere. Guess what? Tomorrow, what are you doing? The same goddamn content in the same.
Nobody ever
exactly.
leaves.
With the
It's a
same,
Hotel California.
it's like, so really all you're really doing is saying, hey, I don't fuck with them niggas. But O'Shea actually said I don't fuck with them niggas, and he worked his way into a different algorithm. So he technically could be done for real. So,
Yeah, what would impress me more is when you delete the channel that you had previously and the followers.
So why is he back? So why is he back in the fuckery, throwing Pearly at us again?
That's Game Changers, and that's hold on real quick, y'all. That's to Game Changers' point, and that's why that's the Game Changers' point. He comes back to throw darts and arrows.
So what does he say? I thought I was out, and they pulled me back in, huh?
But
yeah, well, I mean, he puts himself back in just to talk shit.
I'm just listening right now. I don't know where you guys are in the flow, so I'm just gonna listen for a minute.
No, I mean, but no, it annoys me when they do that. Like they come back just to throw darts and shit, and then because what they want to do is all the new people, because the Black Manosphere name does ring out into society. So when they Google Black Manosphere and they come to their channels first, they like, oh yes, but fuck them niggas, just watch me, is essentially what they're trying to do. They're like, oh yeah, the Black Manosphere is full of people that are just following the white bitch. So, don't listen to them. But since you're here, why don't you enjoy my show? That's what they're doing. They want all the Black Manosphere traffic to come to them. So, they shit on it for the people who just visit their shit. I mean, it's slick. I really can't stand that thinking. To create something. I mean, it's kind of like if Martin Luther King was to like shit on the NAACP, like, yeah, fuck them niggas. It's all about me.
Like, you should. That's my show today, as a matter of fact. Anyway, I just want to say this because I got to dip off. I'm about to do my show. Check this out. I want to know which one is optional, black or man. Because if you can opt out of black man spaces, which one is optional, black or man?
I think black is optional in this place. In these spaces, because there's a lot of guys that are black and they've opted out of the black man, okay, which is Crux, Greg Adams, Donovan Sharp, and a few others. They opted out of that. You have to opt in the manosphere to be in the black manosphere. You have to opt in because a lot of guys have opted out.
So what's important is being a man first, then, right? So everybody else
in the manosphere is being a man first, yeah.
Okay, so what you're tuning into is how men communicate in different cultural groups, right?
Yeah.
Men, black men. Okay.
Yeah.
So what they're saying is, and I don't totally disagree. What they're saying is that black men listen to women, regardless of color, because either they're pandering to a white woman or they're taking down a white woman to appease black women. But at no point, where's the man?
Well, unfortunately, that is our culture. And I wouldn't say it's all black men around the world. I think it's just that our particular American black culture. We do listen to our women way too much. That's something we're trying to get men to change. But the thing is, that's a tough. After what 12 or 15 to 12 generations, trying to dig that out and weed that out is not an easy prospect. Okay, it's not. Okay. I've been trying.
Well, what's going on here isn't the same as like with the Black Panthers and stuff like that, where they were listening to women who are telling men what to do. What's going on here is more to the effect is they're listening to women that listen to men that are telling women to get in line. Yeah, each of the women, including Pearl, are listening to men. Y'all talk about how they regurgitate our talking points, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's them listening to men. That's them spreading
But are they being led by men?
Huh?
Are they being led by black men? Listening to black men is not the same as being led by black men.
Well, if they're getting our talking points and they are spreading our message, then I would say yes. Like if I was to have a party and I know that if I was to give a woman, particularly an attractive woman, the flyers, and people were to come as a result because they got the flyer from an attractive woman, then yes, she is following a man, and bringing all the boys to the yard to the benefit of men as a woman. So absolutely.
If black women were led by black men and Pearlie came in, and we didn't have a problem with her carrying our talking points, they would shut the fuck and get up and get behind us. There would be no kerfuffle about this.
Well, no, Pearlie is different because
Now, do you
I'm
listen
not
to what
really
I'm saying?
saying
You didn't understand what I'm saying, okay?
No, I do understand what you're saying.
No, you're not. No, you don't. The thing is, Pearlie is really not the object. The thing is, our women don't like Pearl in front of black faces, and then there's men that actually bring that up because women don't like it. Okay, that's the whole thing about it. It's the only reason we even talking about her.
Black women are
my
led
main
by
take on this whole thing is because women are unhappy, and because the women are unhappy, the men can find a come up.
Yes. Yeah. The thing is,
Yeah.
they're winter soldiers. That chip goes off in their brain, and they have to come in and defend the women. Is because women say that you're not acting black, you're not on code, and you got a white she devil up there representing you, and you like, basically that's what the whole post about it that she put up. Or do you prefer Karen over Keisha? Okay, had nothing to do with what Karen was saying.
and where's the root?
And it was okay. It was okay
Where's
when
the root? Where's the root of all this grievance culture bullshit? It's black women's devotion to the left and Democrat Party ideology and liberalism. That's where all grievance culture and victimhood exists. I'm sorry. It's a fact.
This stuff was baked in a long time ago. Before this,
that's long before.
Hold on, Uru.
Long before the dichotomy of Republican, Democrat, liberal. This goes long before that, brother.
No, sir. Black people have seen a precipitous drop in their marriage rates, in their ownership of land, in the level of their entrepreneurial and business ownership since they've been given their entire life to liberalism and the Democrat Party for the last
little big Nate. There were issues amongst us that were dormant.
Nobody said things were perfect.
You got to give them a chance to
and were kept dormant based on the circumstances and environment that we were in. And when the environment changed, they were unleashed. But the problems was always there, like any other kind of dormant disease or cancer or whatever. It was always there, and it preceded all of this liberalism and progressivism and all of that.
They go hand in hand. They actually go hand in hand.
If I could,
go ahead.
I disagree, Black Uru, because white America has seen the same problems as they've adopted this liberalism, this free love, this welfare and abortion being easy outs for women. This all comes out of liberalism.
There's 30%
of white children are born out of wedlock now. 30% of white children. You act like white people also haven't suffered tremendously under them abandoning traditional values and ideals. Yes, they have. All of us have. The problem is black people have devoted themselves completely to this, to the tune of 96% since LBJ. 96%.
96% of what?
Voting Democrat. Sir.
We voted Republican before.
And we had an 80% marriage rate. We owned our own businesses. We were filing for patents. Black men ran their community. Well, there were black settlements until the early 1900s. But black people operated within American culture. They succeeded while facing some of the most demeaning and disrespectful treatment at the hands of white Democrats, not white people. White Democrats did this, okay? And we survived. We thrived. We should have stayed on track with. Where would we be right now if we would have stayed on track with ownership, acquiring market share, growing the entities that we had, the Negro Leagues, other sports initiatives? If we would have not worried about civil rights in 1954,
little big Nate. I think
hold on,
actually.
Hold on, Uru. Let BGS respond to it.
In other words, you really want to know?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, you'd been exterminated just like the Jews were in Germany.
Oh,
we would have been exterminated. Why?
Exterminated. Yes, you would have.
Why?
Based on what?
Why?
Based on
Wait, let him lay it out. Hold on, Nate. Nate spoke uninterrupted. Let's let him lay it out. All right, let him go.
All right. There was 3 ways because your unwanted population, right? That's been that way since they freed you. Is actually export you, which they tried like 3 times to actually export you, right? Okay. The other way is to exterminate you. The third way is to integrate you, which is admixture, right? Okay. And the reason that basically when Eisenhower came back and visited the Nazi camps, okay, he saw what Eisenhower is what we call them a Fabian socialist. Okay, Eisenhower is a Fabian socialist. He came back. Fabian socialist is actually wanted to start the eugenics program. That's where your abortion came out of, right? Get rid of unwanted population, which you're one of. And they saw what they agreed with Hitler. Really, believe it or not, they agreed with Hitler. Okay, with this kind of stuff. But they saw that what happens when this kind of stuff gets out of control, and they did not want that to happen in America. So what they did, instead of what they thought about doing, especially during that time, because they had basically pretty much done that to the Native Americans. Okay, we can't do it this way anymore. So what's our last alternative, which is integration? That's how come they started the integration process in 1945, starting with the military. And so it didn't start in 1964. It started in 1945, and it didn't really start in earnest until Eisenhower, who believed in this process, got to be president in 1953. He's the one that really started the civil rights process. It really didn't end until 1972 when they actually gave all the affirmative action, all that kind of stuff, right? But it didn't start in 1964. It started in 1945.
Well, actually, I was under the impression that Harry Truman integrated. That was part of his campaign. He was a Democrat, and he wanted to integrate the military. That was part of his. His campaign plan.
Go back and look at it. Go back and look at the Senate hearing committees, right? Because the same thing was happening to the black soldiers. Is the same thing happened in 1920, 1919, 1920, 1921 under Red Summer. They were coming back in the uniforms and being hung.
Whoa. You think integrating the military was about exterminating blacks?
No, you're not. Okay, you're not listening to me. Okay, you got to listen to me. Okay, got to listen to me. Go back and look at it. What happened? In other words, the officers, the soldiers in World War II, they're coming back after fighting for the United States. They're having the same problem they had back in 1921. Okay, which is being hung. And basically eugenics and all that kind of stuff, which is a far right wing process, was on the table. And basically after Eisenhower visited those camps, he saw what was going on and said, okay, we got to stop this process before it goes too far. All right, because he knew what they were already thinking. Let's integrate these people, and that's where the integration process started. In fact, it was 1945. He suggested, even though Truman was president, and then the integration process didn't start until he got into office, because he said Harry Truman was too slow. He said, "You're not with this, but I'm going to be with this." And that's why first day he said, "Look, I'm going to integrate these people, and this is the program I'm on. If you're not with it, give me your resignation papers in the morning." The first day, he's the one that actually pushed it, started from the very beginning.
I don't want to argue with
Eisenhower was a Republican.
It doesn't matter. Republican, Democrat. You guys keep throwing Republican, Democrat. You got people that are Fabian socialists. Okay.
So Eisenhower was a Republican and a Fabian socialist.
Yeah, Fabian socialist has nothing to do with party.
I'll have to look into that.
Well, the thing I wanted
and the Fabian socialists were not limited to the United States.
No,
all socialism are globalists at the same time, but that's not the thing I wanted to talk about. Just to get away from, because this is like in the weeds. When you move up to modern day, I think in keeping it in the politics, when you move up to the modern day, I suspect that once you remove black women from the equation, black men can be talked out of voting Democrat with little to no effort.
If you give them something to vote for, you got to give them something.
No,
they
no.
haven't given them something to vote for.
Simply removing black women from the Democrat equation and leave the Democrat Party with what it is right now. No man would go for that. The only reason they go for it is because the heavy draw of the women.
Because black men worship black women and black women belong to the left.
No, not just that. It's not even an issue of worship, as if we're just adults worshiping grown women. Thank you. We are brought into this. We are born to serve this party, and so if you remove the women from the equation,
yeah, that's true. They would change.
Well, you don't even have to remove them because black men are moving away, along with almost every other demographic is moving away from these monsters.
Well, there's a little bit of a nuance to that, and the black manosphere somewhat represents an element of that. As black men move away from just general dealings and affection for black women, there's less need for that party either. It goes hand in hand.
Well, other than reacting to the excesses of the Democratic Party, what is the great motivation to support the Republicans? Is it just as a rebuttal to the Democratic Party?
I can answer that. As a conservative, you're not automatically a Republican. You look for who you can identify your beliefs, your principles that undergird your life with a political party. I'm sorry. I know black leftists and Democrats are constantly looking for somebody that is catering to their, quote, specific needs. A political party that tells me they will let me take home more of my money is the party I want to hear from. A political party, and look, I know the Republican establishment for years was for fucking open borders. Reagan was the first to push through goddamn immigration reform. So you don't have to go there with me. But the rank and file Republicans are against open border policies. That's why I can identify with them. Patriarchy can exist on the Republican side of the aisle. The motto of the Democrat Party is burn down the patriarchy. How can you confuse the two? That's why I cannot stand when black men say, well, you know, the two parties are the same. No, the elite, the entire Democrat Party is absolutely, completely unacceptable. There is nothing except every one of them abide by men can be women, gays should adopt, gays can marry, all this unnatural, out of order nonsense. Every single major national Democrat agrees with. So the party is off limits. The Republican establishment goes along with this shit. That's why Trump and MAGA, their desire was to purge the Republican Party of the establishment. 1/3 of the Freedom Caucus now is MAGA. 1/3 of the Freedom now is MAGA. They are actually replacing the corrupt establishment members of the Republican Party. You may not like all their positions, but they're actually doing something about the problem. Who's removing Democrat establishment people? Nobody. Nobody removes them. They're entrenched. They work there for 40, 50 years and they're not going anywhere. Nobody challenges.
Nate,
I mean, putting aside
one thing in the mix really quick, because this came up in the conversation about just pearly things, right? If any action is going to be taken to solve the problems that the manosphere actually presents, do you really suspect it will come from the Democratic side of the aisle?
Thank you. It's not allowed. You can't talk about two-parent households over there. You can't talk about patriarchy over there. You can't talk about marriage being between a man and woman over there. They'll throw you off the roof of the Coliseum. Absolutely not. They will behead you. You talk about those issues over there. You can talk about those issues on this side with us because it's primarily what we believe. So I don't need a bunch of white guys wanting to tell me how much they love me or what they're going to do for me. I identify, we share ideals 60-70% of the time. We can work on legislative agendas together. I don't give a fuck that they're white. I give a fuck that we agree on the majority of these major issues. That's what I care about.
How far right do you want to go?
I'm willing to go as far as it takes to get to natural order.
Okay.
Our Creator's natural order of things.
Or to end up as a lawn jockey.
Hold
on. BGS asked the question. I want to see where he's going with it.
In other words, Nick Fuentes almost said the exact same thing. Do you agree with him?
I don't give a fuck about Nick Fuentes.
That is how you scare black people. That is how you scare black people.
Hey, Bernard.
One at a time. Let's get one at a time.
Hold on a second. Remember I said that, well, I told Shay that a lot of things that Pearlie was saying, Nick Fuentes was saying, that you guys would agree with? Remember I was saying that, Bernard? You said what? You said no, right?
I said some things. I said some things.
Yeah, Which things? Okay. Which things?
If I can chime in real quick.
If Nick says 1 + 1 equals 2, if Nick says 1 + 1 equals 2, should I run away because he's racist?
Yeah, I didn't say that.
Thank you. And also, I have a question for BGS.
I'm talking to Bernard, right? Remember when I said that, Bernard? And you disagreed with me, okay?
No, I said some things. I said there's something.
All right.
No. I thought I kept it real. There are sometimes.
Can I keep it real? Bernard,
hold on. Let me just say this. I said there are sometimes when I listen to white nationalists or whatever the hell they talking about. There are some things that they say that I had to parse out. Like, okay, that's them being racist. But then there's some things that they say about black culture that lines up with a lot of things that I actually see and observe, but I think it's cultural. They think it's what the hell is that?
I'm humming.
I think okay.
But no.
Hold on.
Big Nate was saying the same thing.
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
The host is talking. Let me get this out.
All right.
Where I part ways with them, I think our issues are cultural. They think our issues are genetic, and we're genetically hardwired to do the messed up things that we do. I think we got a culture that we got to fix. So their observation of what they're seeing black people do, yeah, I agree with some of their observation, and I think there's things that we can fix culturally. That's where I'm at with it. But as far as championing their cause, I'm not with them. You know, they say what they say. They agree with some of it. Okay, yeah, I agree with that part. Okay, but still, fuck you. But you didn't tell a lie right there. Sort of like with Hood, you kind of slip in. If Nick Fuentes says 1 + 1 is 2, we don't have to disagree with it. But anyway,
now what do you want to ask me, man?
When it comes to Nick Fuentes, I want you to name one thing. Now, first of all, I honestly don't know what he has said that is racist, because I did not hear. He may very well be a racist. I don't give a shit. But I have a question. Name one thing he said on that stream that was anti-black. Name one.
I didn't say he did.
So that's the only real experience I have with Nick Fuentes. I'm just going to be straight up with you. So if he has made racist statements in the past, and I'll be honest with you, my son at dinner told me, well, Dad, he said that like black people and white people shouldn't drink at the same water fountain. I said on my channel, I said, if he said that, I would want to ask him about what he meant. And if I came to the conclusion, well, hey, Mr. Fuentes, that's racist, I would say that, and then, hey, this is the next subject we're going to talk about. That's his opinion. It doesn't mean anything to me. And that's my contention with guys on the left, pro-blacks, and hoteps. Why do these people's opinion mean so much to you?
Nate, wait a minute. Let me kind of take this into another direction, because I think you're doing what's expected, and I want to lean into it. I want to jump. I want to hit the bullet with my chest. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to jump right in front of the bullet.
Okay.
If you had listened, and I mean the collective you, it's nobody in particular. If you had listened to the white man, right? If you had sided with the racist white man, you know who you would have in this country right now? Us and them. But you know who you have, because you got convinced that the racist white man was your enemy, and now you're getting outpaced by the Mexicans, by the Asians, by the other black people who not even on your type of time. You let everybody convince you that racist white man was your enemy, and now you're being replaced by everybody that you brought over here to help you fight the man. When if you'd have just learned to deal with him, it would have been you and him in America. That's it.
Now,
you presume.
at our border.
Hold on a second.
Well, I haven't had a chance to speak.
Bernard. So if he can,
Go ahead, BGS.
if Curly, so if Shay Sharday came on the panel, actually played that whole 3 hours of Fuentes and Pearl and stuff like that, how much would you actually disagree with?
I actually haven't watched the full 3 hours.
Maybe you should. Okay,
it's hard to find nowadays.
Hit me up. Okay, I'll
hit you up. Send it to me. I watched some of you reacting to it. That was going to be my only source, but you couldn't even get through the whole thing because they talked for however many hours they talked.
3 hours.
Plus your commentary. You probably only listened to 1 hour of it.
Obsidian actually went through all 9 hours. I don't know if you want.
Holy shit!
I'll hit me up. I'll send you the.
That's like a fine-tooth comb. Damn, 9 hours.
Yeah.
Well, he did that just shitting on what's the name yesterday though, so that's not a shock.
That's Obsidian, so
yeah,
he doesn't do anything like quickly.
My issue is this: how do you in particular? How do you exist in a space that promotes patriarchy, that promotes two-parent traditional households, that promotes Black men heading up their households, being in control over their women and their children? And then from what I understand, because I've never really watched your content, I've heard individuals like Anchorman
talk of me.
You promote the left. You told niggas to vote for Biden. Again, I'm going off.
I didn't tell niggas to vote for Biden. That's untrue.
Okay, because I didn't see you say that. I just heard.
I never.
Just ask him Nate. How about you? Hold on, wait. I was just about to say that. How about you ask him the question? He can answer it, and then you can move forward based off right from the horse's mouth.
No problem. No problem.
Do you want to know what I said right before the election?
Sure. What'd you say?
I said that I didn't think Biden had a shot in hell to actually win. Okay, that's what I said.
That's not a statement of non-support.
I don't like Biden, period. Okay, I never have.
Okay. All right.
Okay. For go all the way back to the crime bill and other such things.
I remember you played the clip of the crime bill, and
you was like,
that's why I never liked you. I mean, you played him basically making the case for the crime bill. He said a lot of stuff that I think it was from '94. He said a lot of stuff.
He said a lot of downright racist stuff while he was marketing that crime bill.
So I'm not a fan. Okay, I'm not a fan. I didn't think he had a snowball chance in hell, but I thought that Trump would lose because of the COVID bills, and he did. Yeah.
Well, no, he didn't. No, he didn't. He didn't lose. I can't talk about it on Bernard's stream, but he didn't lose. No.
Okay. Basically, it came down to because everybody I talked to, right, came down to whether he could actually get that last COVID bill passed. Okay. Because that's what everybody was looking for. Okay, if it wasn't for COVID, if it wasn't for this kind of stuff, I don't think we'd be looking at a Democratic win.
Oh, that's right. It was a pandemic. Part of the reason.
All right, we're not even get into the weeds of that. We're not going to get into the weeds of that. All right, but
okay,
that's a different topic.
A component of the reason why we went through that nightmare was to destroy the Trump presidency.
Well, the thing is that Obama killed that program. Okay, guess who reactivated the program?
What program?
The program that COVID-19 came out of, right?
Oh,
guess who reactivated it?
I'm not sure.
You're
talking about the program that Fauci funded?
Fauci didn't fund it. Basically, it was funded by the government. Fauci convinced him to actually reactivate that program.
Yes, the guy that was put up as a superstar for everybody to look to and worship.
Guess whose watch that is on?
Yeah, it happened under Trump.
Under Trump. It could not have been. He agreed with it. He might not have liked the results, but he agreed with it.
And what I want you to keep in mind, BGS, Trump had an FBI.
Hold up. Don't let him get off that with that one. You mean to tell me
I was about to go in on it.
In 18 months, Trump made COVID. Is that what the fuck you want me to believe?
No.
In 18 months, he made COVID.
No,
stop, bro. That shit was already going on.
He's saying the protocols. He's saying the protocols that were taken that to interdict COVID was initially suspended by Obama and were reactivated under Trump.
By Trump, yeah.
At a time when Trump had an FBI actively working against him, deep state shit. At a time when 93% of what CNN and 96% of what MSNBC reports is negative and damaging to the president at a time when everything he attempts to do is being sabotaged. He's being called a racist because he says it's a Chinese virus. He wants to block immigration from China. He's being called a racist. Every step he took to try to protect the American people, he was being attacked and destroyed by leftist Marxist media.
Okay, look, the thing is, the leftist Marxists killed the program in 2015. Okay, in 2014, it's too dangerous. That's what he said. Okay, who reactivated the program? It wasn't the leftist Marxists that actually gave the okay.
You're saying Donald Trump gave an okay to reactivate the
Yes, he did.
I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that.
Go do your own research.
I'll Google it. I'll look it up.
Go back and research it. Okay.
This is the first time hearing of this. This is the first time hearing.
All right,
he
man. All right.
reactivated the COVID program.
Okay. Let's move on, man. Okay.
See, when you filter everything you think, brother, through your political bias.
No, it's right and wrong, Guru. I'm sorry.
It's not right and wrong.
Yes, it is.
Easy.
No, it's right and wrong.
Yes, it is. It's right and wrong, not right and left. Right
I'm
and
saying
wrong.
when you filter your views through whatever political party you align yourself with, it's very easy to miss the actual truth of things.
No, sir.
I
warned the space about Biden. I warned the space about the Democrat Party. I told you the origins of BFF. Okay, that's what I did. That's what I was doing.
We had very little to do with Biden getting in. Okay, very little.
No, well, let me challenge something.
I have
people had everything to do with it.
I have heard a lot of black men. I've heard a lot of black men in this space said that they voted for Trump. Real talk. I voted for Trump.
That's a great
I voted for Trump, and I'm no raving conservative or whatever, but I voted for Trump. So this whole you guys paint a kind of false dichotomy of liberal, stark raving liberal in this space or the vaulted conservative. That's not what goes on in this space, brother. Brother's got a lot of complex views. Brothers have a lot of complex views here.
I never said that's what goes on in this space, but there is an element in this space that is like that.
I actually picked Trump to win in 2016. Go back and look at it.
Yeah, he did. In fact, BGS said that there was no way.
From a basic reality,
BGS said that there was no way Hillary could win.
Could win. I said that.
Yeah, BGS said that there was no way that Hillary could win. I remember him saying that.
You guys are obscuring a very basic point.
What's the basic point?
The culture, the day-to-day culture, the way we live our lives as Black people in America is a product of our relationship with the Democrat Party. And hold on, not only that, the facets of Black life that people want to grow and support are celebrated by the Democrat Party. The things like when it comes to the single motherhood rate, I kind of said that wrong. Let me rephrase that. When it comes to the things that we complain about as Black men of the manosphere, when it comes to the issues that we criticize as Black men in the manosphere, the majority of those issues have some type of funding or direct moral support from the Democrat Party. So when it comes to something, whether it's abortion, whether it's yes, Reagan passed no fault divorce, but the idea of single women in general being supported after relationships, that's feminism, that's the Democrat Party in general. And so when we say you have to break away from not so much just the party but the culture, the two go hand in hand. So you can't really do one without the other. You can't really. So how do you maintain your red pill reality as a Democrat?
I'm not a Democrat.
Can't.
I didn't say you were. I was asking.
I'm not a Democrat.
And how are you against this gynocracy? I am not
making accusations.
Hood, ask the question. Let go ahead and answer it.
It's not an accusation. I'm not calling you a Democrat. I'm asking you, how do you maintain your red pill reality as a Democrat? How do you operate? How do those two circles mesh evenly?
As a if somebody's a red pill Democrat,
How can you even be one?
you want me to answer? You're gonna talk to me. It's up to you.
Please
You got it.
answer.
Okay, because I let people talk and people want to talk through me when I'm trying to answer. I don't particularly like that. Okay, the thing is, a lot of Democrats, which are MRAs, MRMs, and those ilk, okay, are trying to, whether they like it or not, trying to go through the process of changing the laws and fighting it back and making things more equitable for people, for men. Okay, a lot of MRMs or MRAs are not Republicans; they're Democrats. Lots of them.
I have a question. And it falls along the lines of what Hood said, because when I first came to this space, I would ask this about you.
What?
You, from what I understand, you reside in California.
Yes.
Right? So you probably voted for one of the two parties, I would imagine. You've made your success in the space, from what I understand, railing against the gynocracy and aspects of feminism. Who have you voted for the past 40 years?
Okay, when I was younger, in my 20s, I voted Democrat. After after '88, I've been an independent. So
who are you voting for as an independent usually? Because there's not a lot of independents for you to vote for.
Can I answer?
Let them answer. Let them answer.
God damn.
Let them answer.
Jesus Christ! Right mid sentence. Okay, I vote independent, so it depends on. Mostly it's a protest vote. Okay, it started with Bill Clinton. It's a protest vote. I don't like either party. So the third party, I just like the last person I voted for is actually Kanye West. It's a protest vote. Neither party is acceptable to me. If they had a no contest, I would actually voted for that. Neither, but there's not a check mark for that. So I actually vote as a protest vote. I've been voting that way. The last Democrat I actually voted for was actually Obama, because he's black. I wanted to see a black president in my life.
Do you not vote in the congressional races, the state legislature? You don't vote in any of those?
I do, and it depends on. I vote by policy, not by party.
Got you. I have a question. Who's the last Republican?
Wait a minute. How do you know it's not true?
I didn't say it's not true. I said it's interesting.
Okay.
Now I have a question. I do have a question. Who's the last Republican you voted for?
The last Republican I voted for. He probably would not be considered a Republican, but it's actually Ron Paul.
Ron Paul is a Republican.
Yeah, but he considers a libertarian. But actually, just like Bernie Sanders is.
Ron Paul for president?
Can I finish a goddamn sentence? Okay, jeez.
Calm down, buddy.
No, what I'm saying is in mid sentence, sir. Come on. Am I wrong, Bernard?
I'm just following up with the question.
I mean, well, you're doing a little ad lib in mid sentence. I mean, I didn't think it was completely egregious, but but yeah, you are ad libbing a lot. But go ahead, BGS.
In other words, just like Bernie Sanders is a Democrat, but he's a socialist. Okay, he has to attach himself to a party. I voted for Ron Paul. That's the last Republican I actually voted for. Probably the only Republican I actually voted for.
I think the question that to kind of bring it back to the manosphere, the question at hand is like, one, what would be the general political direction of the black manosphere? Like, do you really expect your political goals to land on the left or the right? And then two, are you willing to sacrifice your, let's say, your standing with the women in order to achieve those goals? Because ultimately that's what has to happen. If your political goals put you on the outs of the women at large, are you willing to make the sacrifice?
I don't. Okay, the reason I actually vouch for women being in this space is because that's what you guys asked for. Obsidian, a whole bunch of others. Okay, I'm tired of trying to keep guys from running over to a woman's space to hear what they got to say. Give them a woman they can actually listen to. If they're going to be there anyway, they're going to run over there anyway. They do it all the time. It pisses me off, but that's the way it is. They're going to listen to women. So to get what you want out of this space from black men, you're going to have to include the women. It is what it is. Tell me something different.
If you include the women, will the women's voice eventually dominate?
Do you have another option?
That's the dilemma. That's the
you have an
dilemma.
option. You have another option.
That was kind of what this show was technically about, because the women, they do have a voice, and then something happened that I think most men in this space were kind of neutral to. Some people put their dashiki on, and but most men was neutral to it. But the women, no, they wanted pitchforks and tiki torches. They wanted the men to go ride on her.
Yeah.
And in that, there was an element, even from the good ones, which I consider Shay Sade. It was an element of trying to dictate what men do, and I think
we're doing. That's what I was trying to say. You don't. Yeah. I say I disagree with a lot of people and a lot of things that go on in manosphere, but guess what? They have a vote, and you don't. You're not part of this. Yeah. We have.
And
we
then there are the men.
Ourselves.
There are the men that follow those women and do what they tell them, which are the men on the left, and then the men on the right reject this kind of nonsense.
No, there's men on the right that don't reject that. Trust and believe. Unfortunately, that's not true.
I'll be honest with you. The guys I know on that lean to the right in this space all reject this.
The guys you know in this space that are on the right do the same shit. Okay.
Well, BGS.
No, I disagree.
No. Let me tell you, Nate. I tell you why. I can tell you why that's somewhat true. Generally, it would not be true, but there is evidence of that, and this goes back to the conversation you and I were having before. When it comes to being on the right, you have to drop a lot of your political blackness. And so when it comes to this very issue, it speaks right to your political blackness. Like, oh, she said, what about slavery? And so it will kind of supersede all of your other right-wing logic.
Well, but there's only a couple of guys I saw that you might be able to bring that up with, namely Rod of God. You know, you had that interaction with Rod of God a few days ago.
That's how I know it to be true. And I knew that to be true before that.
That's just a couple of guys, though, Hood. You look at this chat, and I've looked at other chats. Most of the guys are leaning towards us. Most of the guys are like, who gives a fuck what Pearly says?
So the thing is, if you want to affect change, right, which is the next phase, right, you're going to have to go outside this bubble, okay? You have to go to what people, black men in America think, no matter whether they're in the space or outside the space. You got to have to confront that. How do you do it?
Well, that's exactly my point when I say you have to drop your political blackness, right? That doesn't mean you stop being black or you turn your back on your family, but there are a lot of, well, frankly, it speaks directly to the whole Pearl thing when she said, like, issues being overblown to keep you sort of manipulated or whatever. There are things you might have to just sort of let go of. So when it comes to getting a broader crowd, right? Nobody cares about reparations as much as black people. That shit doesn't sell as broadly outside of the black community, and you have to accept that.
I'm talking about when I say broader, broader, even amongst black people, right? There's basically the right, as we call them, right? The right, the so-called patriarchal right, follows the exact same blue pill thinking that the left does. They just do it a different way.
No, I can
prove
that.
No.
They really do. I mean, where is all of the real? Where is all of the real anti-feminist action of the right of today?
I'll give it to you.
I mean, when you remove all the rainbow stuff and all the really weird stuff, right? Where is all the anti-feminist stuff in the right?
That's
I mean, for example, like, I've done like consulting and contracting and government contracts in particular, and dealt with issues involving contracting to women, minorities, that kind of thing, selection of those. I saw a whole lot of government give me contracts going to white women, almost all of who was exclusively married to white men, and those people were Republican.
Okay.
And they specifically utilized these so-called liberal programs, right? These so-called progressive programs, these minority, some of you guys call quota programs, to enrich their Republican conservative selves.
Okay.
I saw that happen to the tune of millions. Now they'll donate. They'll donate to Republican causes. You'll see them, but this is also the interesting thing you'll see too. They'll lobby to both parties. They'll be stated Republicans, but they'll lobby to both parties. If you go to your particular state lobbying reporting systems, you'll see they made donations to Republicans and Democrats, although they probably made more donations to Republicans, higher donations to Republicans. They'll be proud Republicans and involved in all of the Republican, local Republican GOP shit. Mm-hmm. And they'll gussy their wife or their daughter right up there to get that $10 million government contract.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You ready? All right.
Yeah, go ahead, Nate. So, you got it.
So, first of all, I doubt it's millions of people. Number one. You're talking about establishment.
I said millions of dollars. I didn't say millions of people. Hold on, I said millions of dollars.
Oh, I thought you meant millions of people you've seen do this. Okay. Yeah, millions of dollars. You're talking about inside folks, you're talking about establishment folks. None of us like them. I'll tell you where anti-feminist thinking is all over the right. In the 1990s, there were 2,000 abortion clinics. By 2021, that had been cut by 75%, largely by anti-feminist, because feminism lives on abortion, anti-feminism Republicans all over the country working diligently in state legislatures, never gave up. A lot of the leftists are looking for all this action to happen at the federal level with abortion when all the work was on the ground. And we were doing that work. Okay, number one. Number two, look at what happened to Tomi Lahren. Tomi Lahren, who's considered a Republican or conservative, which she's not. She's really not. But she exists over on this space. She came out and said, all men are trash. Mm-hmm. Within 24 hours, that woman had to come out, capitulate, and make a nationwide apology to the men on leaning to the right side of the political spectrum, or her career would have been over. We don't accept that kind of bullshit. Meghan McCain, who's a feminist and for the most part a leftist, but calls herself a Republican, is a pariah in the Republican Party. Liz Cheney, a pariah in the Republican Party. The elites, yes, they're all bought and paid for on the bullshit. Title IX passed under Nixon, who was no conservative. He's a piece of shit.
So
rhino.
He
was a Republican.
So the Title X, which is the family planning bill.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did.
Yeah.
Fuck Richard Nixon. Thank you.
Well, that was also Poppy Bush too.
The Bushes are satanic. All of them, from Prescott on up. All of them are demonic.
I see. But
yes. Yeah, I don't toe a party line.
Oh, really?
My thing is conservatism. Not Republicanism.
It sounds like it.
It can sound whatever you want it to sound.
Okay.
I've been in this space as a conservative, not a Republican.
Okay, what is it?
Yeah, without getting
too
far afield, I still want to ask you guys, what is the culture on the left that the Black manosphere should be a part of? Like, what is it about the left culture, politically or just socially, that the Black manosphere seems to be in alignment with? Because whether we like it or not, we are making ideological arguments as to why that shit is not to be fucked with.
Do you like what little?
I think part of it.
Hold on. Let BGS answer.
Do you like what little affirmative action that you get? You know, it's not what you should have gotten, but that you get. You like that?
I won't co-sign that. I don't know how that's affected. I don't know how that's benefited me directly as an individual. I don't know how that's worked for me.
You don't. Okay, all right.
I don't co-sign that one. But
we don't co-sign it. Okay, so
this is like the Clarence Thomas that got into Yale in affirmative action, and now he don't know what the fuck the affirmative action is.
No, because I can say for a fact like how I got certain things in life, and it wasn't affirmative action. So
you believe in union contracts for unions. Believe in that?
Not necessarily. No. I don't know if I believe in the union. Like it's a good idea in theory, but in practice, I don't know if I support that.
Retirement benefits. You believe in that?
Retirement benefits. That's a contractual obligation.
No, that's actually a left or social policy. Okay, that's left.
It came out of unionization. Benefit programs came out of unionization. 40-hour work weeks came out of unionization. I mean, all these basic kind of healthcare coverage, all that shit came out of unionization, man.
Fair enough, and so I'm not saying that the left is all bad, and then I'll grant you all that coverage, right? But I'm not going to say that everything.
What thing you ask? Why should what did black men and black manosphere get behind this on the left? Okay,
Right, and you're offering things, right? Yeah, right. I'm not shooting you down.
Is that what you asked for?
No, I'm saying, but I'm not shooting you down either. I didn't say you had a bad answer. I'm dealing with the answer.
40-hour work week. Okay, non-discrimination, right? Even the right to actually get federal loans, FHA loans, like everybody else for your houses, right? That's a lefty process, right? Okay, building
I hear
homes,
you.
that kind of stuff is the lefty process. Do you like do you want to go back to everybody paying for basic education? You don't like do you like public education?
Oh, right now, public education. I don't want y'all. I feel like y'all owe money. No, I'm not paying y'all. Y'all should pay us for what you're trying to do. No, I don't support public education right now.
I'm talking about not right now. Do you actually believe in the idea of public education, basic education for children?
Yeah. If I really had to put, I would say to some degree.
That's a lefty
to some
thing.
degree.
It's a socialist.
Well, can I speak?
Lefty thing.
Can I speak?
Wait, hold on, Nate. We getting somewhere. Hold on.
Getting somewhere. So in other words, unless you want to go back to the good old days under capitalism, right? With the as Jack Ma calls the 996, right? Which is probably more like 9 to 9, 6 days a week with Sunday off, which is a version of what used to be the 16-hour days with Sundays off back before socialists and the unions actually got involved, where your little 6-year-old had to be in the factory next to you working. You want to go back to that?
Well, no. See, that's a threat I reject, and here's the problem.
I'm asking a question.
No, we're not going to go back to that. That's why I reject your threat. You like putting you putting a gun to my head. Ain't got no bullets in it, bro. Nah.
What I'm saying is that is a social lefty idea.
No, I get that it's an idea, but you included, you slipped the threat into the envelope, and we're not gonna act like you didn't just act like that was a possibility.
Can I get this?
It's not a threat. Go ahead, man. Okay.
All right, appreciate it. This is the problem with those beliefs. Okay.
Okay.
They start out. Those are great ideas. They start out to be, but then you get to the point where you have the layers of graft. You have tremendous layers of bureaucracy, theft. Medicare is 40% fraud. Okay. There is no money in the what is it called? Social Security Fund. It's all IOUs. So all these
hold on, wait a minute. BGS, hold on. Yeah, you definitely laid out the reasons why black men should support aspects of the left. And now let's get to rebuttal. Let's get to rebuttal. Go ahead, Nate.
This is the problem. When you remove the element of competition and standards, which is what usually gets removed from government programs. That's why these people can work their entire lives substandard performance. No one almost ever gets fired from the VA. The problems at the DMV and all these other government agencies. Because there's not an element of competition. There's no since there's a trough of money that you can always pull from. Nobody has to operate with any standards. All right. And you got your layers of bureaucracy, graft, theft, and criminality. That's what usually happens. The teachers union. You want to talk about public education? They're putting transition closets in third grade classrooms. What's your opinion on that, BGS?
I disagree with it.
You disagree with it. What are you going to do? This is not. It's not just a matter of disagreeing it. You're going to destroy children's lives with this shit.
Well, no,
how willing to work against this evil?
Would you slip that in? Go ahead.
Let's reframe that, Nate. Is that a fair bargain? Let's say that we're all right here. Everything that BGS said is on the table. However, we are at a point where we have to accept all of that plus this gender reality. This is not worth the cost. And I think that's another issue. It is not worth the cost. Even if you're going to give me everything you say you're going to give me, you're adding in a bonus of this weird socialization, this rainbow culture that's rubbing everybody the wrong way. And it is just costing too much.
What do you pull? What do you pull from the left? What do you pull out? Everything? A whole cloth? What
No, can I answer that?
No. What I'm asking him, what do you replace it with?
Well, for one, the basic framework is the traditional Christian patriarchal framework as far as like the social stuff.
And that is
Legally,
what? And that is what?
that is marriage traditional. The traditional marriage is the norm. The male.
Have you studied what traditional patriarchy actually is?
We're talking about what traditional
Modern
patriarchy
day.
in America is.
No, even in America.
What is so different then?
In other words, basically, traditional patriarchy is you own your children and your wife. Okay.
Works for me.
Okay, that's fine. It works for you. Okay.
You listen. You don't even have to have pure legal ownership of her. She can be a free party while she's a free woman. But the idea that you owned your wife is a little bit hyperbole in the sense that.
Look at it.
No. There was a reality to it. The idea of it is going back to a basic legal responsibilities. Once she becomes your wife, any legalities that she incurs are your legalities, right? So that's why and you call it ownership, and that's a fair description of it. But let's explain why that is. So if you're going to put me in a position where pretty much as a man, I'm responsible for anything she does, then yes, legally I do have command over her.
Now,
I wouldn't argue with that.
What part of the hold on. Let me ask him a related question. What part of the current Republican agenda is advocating for what you all are describing right now?
The very essence of
no, not the essence, not the essence. I'm talking about some real, actual policy plans, bills, or whatever. I mean, what Supreme Court pending Supreme Court decisions.
So you're looking for pieces of legislation called patriarchy, really?
I'm looking for pieces of legislation that is going to redirect the authority over families from this liberal female feminist society back to that of men. What part of a current political agenda, even at a state level, even if you're aware of some shit going on in Nevada or whatever of that sort, show me anything of that sort where the Republican Party, conservatives, the GOP is actively advocating for the return to those things.
Oh my God. I don't need to show you a piece of legislation. How do you whoa. How do you
I get so we're talking about politics. We're talking about politics. We're talking about politics and we're not talking about policy.
Let's talk about politics. I have a policy. I will present you, gentlemen, with policy. In several states right now, there are. Matter of fact, they are in Tennessee, running up in the Capitol building because the Republicans are passing anti-transgender laws, and the Democrats are damn near running insurrections against the Tennessee state capitol in support of their transgenders. These are the differences in the culture. You asked me about laws. I'm telling you, they're putting laws. The patriarchy doesn't believe in your weird gender, sir. That's what
you don't give them a specific.
I didn't say anything about it.
They're not going to respect.
I didn't say anything about gender.
You asked me what the patriarchy is doing. You asked me what the patriarchy is doing. The patriarchy is defending the gender boundaries because these Democrats don't know what the fuck gender is anymore.
No, that's not.
Yeah, and your Supreme Court justice. Your Supreme Court justice doesn't know that she's a woman. Congratulations.
Well, let me ask this question.
You guys are playing fast and loose with the terms of this.
Hold on. She's a woman.
All right.
Hold on. Let me ask this question. Okay, with everything that BGS laid out that supporting the left on how that will help black men, if also coming along with that is things that support feminism, things that's going to basically subsidize all the actions and behaviors that we talk about in this space that is further fucking up the community. Like if coming along with it is all that stuff, I mean, is there a balance to where you say, well, it's not worth it if we got to bring all that stuff with it to get whatever benefits is going to come from the left?
There was where the black pill idea came from. The insults actually used. It's actually an anthropologist actually put it up in a red pill post, right? If you have to change the environment to actually go back to what you think of as non-feminist. Feminism is actually an effect and not a cause. It came out of the Industrial Revolution when you had to put women and children into the factories in opposition to the husband. That's where it came from. Initially came from the tender years doctrine and all this other stuff where women had control of the kids and stuff like that. That's where it came from.
So you telling me the first?
but
Are
aren't
you,
there?
are you saying the
But
first
hold
feminist
on,
writers were chicks from the coal mines? Really? That's
No.
what we're to believe. The first feminist leanings were chicks from the coal mine. That's who wrote the first creed.
No.
Actually, the Seneca Falls Convention was the first feminist organized event in 1848.
In other words, the idea of feminism, the first uncture came from actually Locke, when Locke said that women should have the right to their kids, right? The first act against patriarchy actually came in 1815, okay? In 1815, okay? Go back and look at was it Caroline Norton actually wrote the first bill for the 10 years doctrine, which is the Custody of Infants Act. That's the first feminist doctrine, even though she's not a feminist. Okay, that's the first feminist doctrine. Feminism actually came about is because of the social contract. They wanted the same kind of universal suffrage that men got in 1840, which is also a social contract. It comes out of Rousseau's social contract, which actually was passed in France first, and then in Germany, then so on and so forth, right? And women wanted the same thing because according to the social contract of liberalism, of classic liberals, which you guys are, this is what came about. So if you go back and look at it, Green Gorilla's whole series on that. He actually lays it out from beginning to end, what the social contract says, what rights and individual rights that you get, because before that, there were no individual rights. Okay.
Well, speaking of a social
can I
contract,
finish my goddamn sentence, right?
Oh, come on! You paused. You paused.
Like really? Go, you got more to add. Please add more.
No, go ahead. Hold on, wait, BGS. You can finish. Hold on, wait, BGS. You can finish, but it was a pause in there. I thought you was legitimately done. So go ahead.
Anyway, I'll finish with this. Right? Go back and look at it, because you guys. One thing I would say about what Andrew Tate said, not Andrew Tate, but that Nick Fuentes said about conservatism, right? Which is authoritarianism. That is actually what real conservatives actually is. Everybody else is a liberal, and internationally, we are a liberal democracy, according to Mearsheimer. People that don't believe in that are actually authoritarian. So if you guys have said that you're conservative, that's fine. I don't know what that means, but the thing is, conservative in a broader sense means authoritarian or liberal. Which one are you?
Conservatism today does not mean that. I'm sorry. And I actually do identify with the classical liberal who believed in freedom of speech, freedom of expression. These are the things that now conservatives trumpet.
Well, I need you to define your terms, honestly. If you're going to say that conservatism is actually authoritarianism, I need you to define that before I even buy into it.
No. Well, what he's talking about is conservatism 60, 80 years ago had elements of that to it. He's trying to
even on those grounds, I don't know if I buy into it. So I need you to explain it before I reject it.
This is in international politics, right? This is how they describe you in countries like this, okay? In a broader sense, okay? What is conservative versus liberal, okay? You're a liberal democracy, just like France, Germany, England, Japan. Well, Japan kind of. Singapore, Thailand, China is not liberal democracies. They're authoritarian. Russia is not a liberal democracy. Okay. That's the difference between authoritarianism and liberalism. Conservative means what to you guys? What mixture of liberalism and whatever it is that you mix it in with it defines liberalism versus another kind of liberalism? What is it? I don't know.
Honestly,
I'm trying to pin you guys down.
I mean, the fact that we even debate the existence of pronouns means that we're not a conservative society.
Right.
That don't happen in a conservative, in a true conservative society.
No, we are conservative. The people that debate it aren't. We don't debate pronouns. Guys on y'all side do.
You debate it now, okay? What does it mean?
No, we're not. I'm not debating pronouns with anybody.
What does it mean?
I don't play these games.
If you were a true conservative, real talk, little Big Nate,
Sure.
If you were a true conservative, you do more than just talk about those people. If you were a true conservative,
what would I be doing?
In a world,
what would I be doing?
in the world that BGS described, a true conservative does not allow fruitcakes to just frolic around.
Well,
if you are a true conservative,
let me respond to that real quick. I've lost 2 channels because of my speaking out against these freaks. 2 channels in 2 years. So please don't accuse me of not doing
brother. I'm not talking about just what you're saying. I'm not talking about what you're just saying out there.
All right. Let's chill.
I think that's a classic deception, though. The idea. Yes, this is a classic deception in the sense that the idea, the more conservative the more conservative you become, the more violent and evil and aggressive you become. And this is now we're slowly walking into that argument, and I'm like, you're making that argument very, very slowly.
No, what we're saying in a true conservative society, certain things just aren't tolerated. Period. It's not about whether or not
the society is conservative.
Well, right. Our society is not conservative. Our views are conservative. But if you're going to ask me how I view things, it is in the conservative leaning. That doesn't mean I'm going around trying to smear the queer either. But at the same time, I know what's right and wrong. I have a very clear line.
Let me ask you a question. Is free speech a conservative thought?
It's an American thought.
Yeah, it definitely an American
is it,
thought.
Hold on. Is it a conservative thought?
I don't have that.
Yes, it is.
It doesn't have to be.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It's an American
in a true conservative society, you don't have free speech.
You're literally making the no true Scotsman art fallacy right now. You're literally doing a logical fallacy. No true conservative.
Bullshit.
All right.
In a true conservative society, you do not have free speech.
Red herring bullshit.
Hold on, Uru. Hold on. Let me. I'm curious to see what Game Changer came up here to say. BJS, if you're still listening, thank you for coming up. I've been wanting this to happen for a while. I do think that the conservative side of the Black manosphere and the not liberal but advocate for a liberal policy side of the Black manosphere do need to have more conversations like this. This was good. This was excellent. Thank you for everybody supporting the stream as well. But go ahead, Game Changer. We're about to wrap it up pretty soon, but go ahead, Game Changer. We want to see what you got on this. Oh, shit. Game Changer, I think you muted. Game Changer. All right. Well, I guess I'll let y'all go at it for a little until Game Changer figure out what's going on.
Yeah, this is no one ever suggested this is a conservative society. We're trying to operate in a society that has lost its way with its folkways, its mores, its morality. And that's what men like me and Hoodservative and Charles Merchant and several other men in the chat, we're promoting the ideas that will help push our society back to that before it completely collapses. Because Lord knows we have enough examples of what happens when societies embrace homosexuality, P-wordism, LGBTQ stuff. History is replete to what happens to countries and societies that embrace those ways of life. Their collapse is imminent. It's usually just a generation or two off the complete collapse of that society. So men like us are standing in the breach against that. Okay. And you can't, Black Huru, you're not the litmus test of what makes somebody a true conservative. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, I'm not going to debate that point any further, but I will say this: in a so-called society of free speech, freedom of religion, freedom of expression, I don't see how you interdict all of those ills that you just described. I think they are all inevitabilities. As short of any revolution of some sort, and I dare say violent revolution of some sort, then what's happening, the trend that exists now, is only going to continue.
Well, no, it's getting to that point. It's definitely getting to that point. So, we'll hope for the best, but as long as members of this satanic left continue to encourage and promote the idea of putting the most disgusting and deranged degenerates around little children, taking them to their strip shows. I did a stream last night where Congressman Getz out of Florida was confronting I think a DHS cabinet member about the trans strip shows that are being held on military bases now. Military bases are holding trans strip shows for children. While our contemporaries, Russia, China, ban all LGBTQ and trans propaganda. The people are not banned, the propaganda is. So our contemporaries, some would say our enemies, are doing things to shore themselves up and become stronger. We have members of the military, and I showed this on Bernard's channel, marching around in red high heels.
Yeah, the one thing,
United States military marching in red high heels, my friends. This is your Luciferian left.
Yeah, the one part of it, and the question that I asked BGS, and he gave a long-winded answer and went into a lot of history and everything, and that's fine. But if we get a chance to do this again, I would like a more of a a breakdown on that question, because he did lay out some things, how some liberal policies will help black men, and then I asked him about the things that also come with it, the feminism and all the things that the left does that basically incentivize and subsidizes black women to basically do and engage in all the activities and behaviors that we talk about that got the black community all messed up, that also ultimately brought the black manosphere into existence. I asked him that, and he gave a long-winded historical answer. But so we have this conversation again. I do want to try to pin things down more on that, and then we could have a conversation about we can have a conversation about, okay, are those benefits worth it? That's the real conversation, right there. So hopefully we get a chance to do this again.
The question you have to ask yourself about history, Bernard, is what were your other options?
Okay, if you're going back to history, time out. Yeah, you're talking about historically what were the other options, but we're here today. We're here today. History matters. I get it, but I guess what I wanted to know, what I was trying to pin down, is right now the way that black men vote today is where is the juice in is the juice worth the squeeze going this way or that way? Because what's going to come with it if we go this way, we squeeze this way, we get the juice, but what comes with it? That I think that's really the question, is what comes with it.
Putting your son in a dress, that's what comes with it, Bernard.
But
putting your son in a dress.
Well, what I say comes with it more. I mean, that's what I say comes with it is if we talk about everything that subsidizes all the behaviors that we talk about in this space that creates the community that we see, that we got an issue with, that brought the manosphere into existence. If affirmative action, okay, more black men get a job, or there's more unions, which is okay, that's more beneficial for black men. There's more, I forgot what else he said. But those things, okay, that does give some benefit to black men. But if the woman is also subsidized and incentivized to have the kids over by herself, separate and apart from the man, then she still has the control, and she's raising the boys, and the boys are still in her hand, even if those certain policies will give this already ruined child who becomes a man gives him more benefits. Like that's where the true debate and discussion is. That's
the question is, what are the other options, and what is the logistical likelihood of being able to utilize those other options? Because see, I don't recall the great national program that the Republicans advocated for to help the reading scores of black boys.
Black boys are literally
Can I finish the statement? Everybody else gets
real quick.
Yeah, man.
I don't even get a chance to finish the statement.
I'm the host. I'm host with the mic. to this statement right there, it always goes back to black women. Well, the reason I took it back to black women, because if the policies and everything is set up just so to where they're going to end up raising the boys by themselves, then those boys become men, and then so taking it back to the black women is taking it back to the boys, which means taking it back to the men because they're raising them. So
I mean, we understand. We know
Brown,
the danger.
I was responding to Black Ground TV. Go ahead. But
I mean, we know the danger. History has told us the dangers that you described, and the dilemmas associated with that, and the risk. So we know that. So that's why I asked the question of what are the other options? You know, because again, when BGS, when we were talking about the progressives, you know, doing the stuff with unions, I mean, they were killing people, you know, 100 years ago who were trying to not have to work 70 or 80 hours a week, and their children, you know. So when you talk about the decisions people make or made, you know, they're in the context of what the options are, not just making a quote bad decision. You know, I was recently watching that Black Adam movie, which wasn't that great, but it was an interesting scene between Dr. Fate and what's his name, Hawkman. Interesting characters in that movie. And they were basically saying, all we have are bad options. We have either bad options or no options. And very often, historically, that is what black people have had, and black men in particular.
Well,
bad options and no options.
Why is it that so many black men on the right side of the political spectrum are doing so remarkably well? Can you answer that? See, because my children are fine.
Is that a rhetorical question?
My children are fine because I didn't depend on some large-scale social program to make sure they can read. Why do so many of the men on our side do so well then? Answer that
real
for me,
real quick. Game Changer, are you there? Are you ready? Mic check on Game Changer. All right, we got to wrap this up. We at the 4-hour mark. We went into overtime. Thank y'all for supporting the stream. I was about to end it at the 3-hour mark, but how often do we get Lil Big Nate, Hood Conservative, and BGS in a political, social, cultural debate? That was epic. This was a instant classic, and Lil Big Nate always get mad when I get somebody who we want to debate on.
And that's why I came right back up. I said, holy shit, is that BGS? So let me get my ass back up there, dog.
I know, and you just inserted we weren't even talking about politics.
It's my one chance to do it. Yes.
You forced this to happen, just so you know. I did notice that. But all right,
salute to him. Salute to him.
We gotta get out of here. I do gotta do all the last round of the super chats that came through. Do gotta get to the super chats. Thank you, Sir Tice, for the Cash App. Thank you, Sir Tice, for the Cash App. Do appreciate that. Bring up the super chats, RM, so I can get to the super chats. The Cash App in. That's Sir Tice. Sir Tice, the last one sent the Cash App. Pablo Frescobar. Oh man, this was a while ago. He said Pablo Frescobar in the building with $5 super chat. Says culture drives the politics. I make that point all the time. Politics doesn't. Come back. Politics doesn't drive the culture. Politics doesn't drive the culture. Hold on, wait, real quick. I want that like that. All right. Cool. Let me make that bigger. Politics don't drive the culture in a representative democracy. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. All right, on to the next one. Sir Tyson in the building says Fauci sold to the NIH, who then went to the new administration. Tells the whole story. Also, lab leak is real. It's something is blocking that, and I can't see it on my end. The shit. How do I make that go away? All right, give me 1 second. I cannot make that leave. I can't see. Okay. What does that say? Something is blocking it and I can't see it. The super chat. Will somebody read the last part of that super chat until I figure out how to move this thing off of my screen that y'all can't see? Okay, y'all not going to help me out. Okay, there it is. He said, it's been proven. Can we stop this? Okay, to the next one. Number 16 in the building says, how we get on this topic. I don't know what you're talking about, number 16, but I do appreciate your support. On to the next one. Freeman Journal in the building. He says, the unsaid thing is that part of the panel believes in their own agency. The other part believes in outside forces determining their lives. Thank you for the super chat. Do appreciate that. Otis in the building says feminism is taught through schools. The ideology is built through the curriculum. Conservatives are just covert about it. Conservatives are covert about feminism. Okay, covert about it, just like how leftists are covert about racism. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. He said, "Oh no, it was more. There was more." He said the laws wouldn't get passed unless they agreed. It is some truth in that it's times when Republicans had the numbers to get rid of a lot of things that they say they want to get rid of, and then they didn't. So that there is truth in that. So I do understand the argument where on some stuff it's like a fake political barking back and forth, but ain't neither one of them gonna do anything. I think they do that with gun control when some kids get shot at a school. Then the liberals got to cry on TV, and the Republicans got to say "out of my cold dead hands." But at the end of the day, nothing gonna happen. All right, go. All right, Roddy God Podcast in the building says BGS eating y'all food, leaving dishes. Hood left conservative. Y'all getting lumped up. Fight back. Cut it out, Rod. Do you want to respond to that, little big Nate?
What did it say?
Bring that one back. He said BGS eating y'all food, leaving dishes. Hood left conservative. Oh, damn, hood conservative gone. Hood left conservative. Y'all getting lumped up. Fight back.
I don't believe I was lumped up at all. I mean, I'm still here. No, that's cool. That's cool.
Thanks for the super chat, Roddy Guy. AJC in reality says great convo. That's what I heard. That's what I heard. A great convo. I didn't see nobody getting lumped up per se. I saw a great conversation, and I'm glad.
Can I say real quick though?
Go ahead.
I mean, me and Hood stand on being conservatives and mostly voting Republicans. These guys are kind of all over the place. Well, I voted this for this these many years, and then I voted for this guy once, and we have a consistency. See, we're morally and intellectually consistent. Guys like Hoodservative and me. When I asked BGS is kind of all over the place, and from what I understand, he's also said he was a Democrat several years ago. Now he's not one. Those are the things I'm going to take issue with, but it's cool. It's cool. No problem.
He advocated for quite well for how liberal policies help black men. So,
but you're not a Democrat.
This
is what I think happens. The name Democrat and liberal has been so sullied and tarred up and ruined by guys like me and Hoodservative and other, like the brothers in the chat. You can't call yourself a Democrat. That's what it is now. You cannot call yourself one because you can't defend that premise. You can't. Because being a Democrat means you agree with transformer folks and them getting a hold of children, trans strip shows on military bases, because these are the things that the left now is promoting. So they have to run from that label. And it's funny to watch them run.
All right. Freeman's Journal in the building says, ask about school vouchers. That would have been a good one. Otis back in the building with another one. He said it comes from both sides. Do you think the lefties could let the law? I think you mean let the law as passed without the people on the right agreeing to it. They agree on 90%. It's nuance to that. You gotta. It's nuance. It's nuance to that. They, sometimes things get passed and Republicans are against it, but if they don't got the numbers, the Democrats could get something done and vice versa. But sometimes they do agree on more stuff than what we think. It's one thing that people don't do enough of is look at the voting record of a said politician that they're voting for. But thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Dr. Thunder in the building. Dr. Thunder in the building says, here to support you, bro. Congrats on the sustained growth. Great content. Hey, thank you very much. Appreciate you, Dr. Thunder. Make sure y'all go check out Dr. Thunder. Cornelius Bellamy with the $2 super chat, paying the BGS tax. Absolutely. I do appreciate BGS coming through, and I love that this conversation finally happened. Love that this conversation finally happened. Wes M in the building says, no nation is true liberal. European countries have hate laws, aggressive breakdowns. Conservative does not mean rock to the head. Yeah, that was ridiculous. That was taking it too far to say that if you're a conservative, that means you going around offing people. Like that was ridiculous. by Black Uru. But all right, that's it. Thank you everybody for supporting the live stream and the night show. The tentative schedule for the night show is Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. EST. It does get canceled sometimes. I just realized, RM, you made this banner. Okay, we got to change it because I don't like those little Apple Martini glasses right there on the side. That's not gangster. That's not gangster. But that's just good. You can put it back up though. You can put it back up. But that's the schedule. But that's the schedule for the night show, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. EST. Make sure you come on through and check it out. Make sure you come
And
on
Bernard,
through.
I'll be on Rumble tonight, kind of continuing this conversation.
Good.
Just black people in the Democrat Party.
Mm-hmm.
I've been in the space for 4 years now, kind of begging black men to come out of it, really.
Mm-hmm.
And let's just have a frank discussion. I'm going to talk to you black men about the dangers of you staying in it. When I talk about consistency, my message has been consistent. It ain't changed up at all. And it's going to stay the same, all right? And more men are going to listen because it's what's right. It just is. I'm not telling you to become a Republican. I'm telling you to get away from a political party that is so compromised on its morals, it doesn't even know what a woman is anymore. You gotta come out.
They're asking for the time. What time?
We're gonna do this at 8:30 at Rumble. Here's the link to the
time
channel.
zone.
I'm sorry, EST, gentlemen. My apologies. 8 p.m. Eastern. Here's the Rumble link. It's just y'all got to come out of this, man. You have to. It's dangerous for you to be over here. It really is. If you care about your children, your son, their future, it's time to come out of it. Again, I have never once told black men to be a Republican. Never once. You're going to have to not be a Democrat, though. It's very dangerous for you to do that. Please come to Rumble.
Blackground TV want to come through on Rumble. That should be interesting. I hope you do.
Yeah, you can come through. You can come through. You can't be insulting me in my chat, though. That's not going to work. But you can come through.
Yeah. Definitely. Shoot, I was about to wrap it on up, but Game Changer, you did you have anything to say about the previous conversation? You came up kind of at the end of it.
I don't really do the politics
thing. Yeah,
exactly. But no, just thanks for having me in general, and yeah, greatly appreciate it.
Cool. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that said, we are about to get the hell up on out of here. Peace. We gone.